Hello and welcome, one and all, to another episode of Tales of Vardin, Search for the Amber Paragon on To Be Diced Adventures. Another later game today, so we appreciate you for anybody who's watching this live. Anyone who didn't watch this live, welcome back for the rewatch. We'll start with who's ever the most sick today. And work our way across and then down to saving the best for last.
That's obviously Chris because he's so sick.
Obviously, Chris is like super sick, swag. I don't know what the kids are saying these days. Hello, my name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl. Coming at you live on cold medication today. I play Grendel. She is a half-orc barbarian who was raised by halflings, and she is on the endless adventure to find her tiefling girlfriend, Helene. And she loves flowers and cutting things up when she gets angry. I'll leave it there.
Is it my turn? Hi. Greetings and salutations. I'm Daddy Tarzan, 82855 on all social media platforms. That's including Daddy Tarzan, not just the 82855 banner. So Daddy Tarzan 82855 as a whole, okay? I'm playing Vutha... not Vutha, shit. He put the wrong name on the graphic. Gorfang, Void Scale, champion fighter fighter champion of the Grimyol Lizardfolk clan, and his newly acquainted party, or appointed himself as the newly appointed guardian of the party, something like that, along those lines. He's escorting the party to where they need to go, out through the tunnels and whatnot. But yeah, that's me. Hi.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Matt. I am War Torn Knight on the interwebs, and tonight I am Goldie, Mimir's son, and I don't know why I decided to do a bad Grendel impression for this introduction.
I love it.
I'm now gonna unmute myself after switching to the AC. Sorry. Hey guys, I'm Dia, also known as DiaBell.cause, and in this campaign, I play Xenia, who is our half-orc ranger, Pokemon master, what have you, who's actually currently not with the party, so hopefully we find out whether he's okay. I'm sure it's fine. You can find me on DiaBell.cause on all social media, but I'm most active on TikTok and Instagram.
Perfect. I think that is everyone for now. We might see a Michael St. Gregory. Who knows? It is a little late, so I don't know if he'll be joining us for Solomon. And Victor the Story Weaver, which hopefully we'll see them as well sometime this evening. But if you guys are ready, we can go over what happened last session. So
Nothing much.
nothing at all.
Little shushka bobbing, a little dragon killing, the basics.
No problem. So the party started out at the Magisterium looting everything that wasn't tied down or bolted. After finding their way out and picking up Gorfang, made their way through the burning, smoking city to an underground safe zone where the majority of these survivors were huddled and getting taken care of. The party found how heavy their losses had been. The people that they knew, the people that they had interacted with, the people that had shown them care when they were in the city of Greenport. They made their way through some goblin tunnels, met a tabaxi named Krubak, which they immediately distrusted, probably with good reason, and dispatched as quickly as possible, and with apparent ease, with Godie's slow spell and Grendel's ballista. Making their way through these tunnels into a cavernous space to loot the body and figure out how much further they can go through these underground tunnel systems to make their way towards Embershard. They were abruptly encountered with a silver dragon. But before the dragon could dispatch them, Harpon Cortez used his amethyst lodestone to overcharge himself, essentially, and drag this gargantuan creature and himself into the abyss that lies below the ruins of Aris-Mora. As always, the rest is to be diced. an ill-lit tavern. The stink of rotting fish, spilled booze, empty, except for one chair. On the table, a hand flicking and spinning a golden doubloon. Sits William the Great. A familiar voice to you, William. Not exactly the place I would have picked. And behind the bar is the Dragonborn Silas T. Calibran with a crusty mug that he is cleaning off and filling as he slides it down to you. Anyway, sits across from you. I didn't think I'd see you so soon. What's the deal? Can't stay alive?
Murdered by my own son.
Oh,
Imagine that.
I've heard of some rotten luck out on the seas. That's up there. What'd you do to him?
Rest his dreams.
Well, I'm not here to listen to your sob story. I'm here to put you back out there, boy.
What do you mean?
We have a deal, you and I. We've got things to do. And, yeah. It's about time for you to go.
I don't understand. He killed me.
Yeah. And I told you when we started this that there's no Elysium for you. There's no hells to go to. There's only me. So, by the power vested in me, by me, rise. And his eyes flash green, and green smoke begins to spill out of his mouth. We return to William in the underwater ways, and out of wherever he keeps his coin, green smoke begins to billow out. At this time, there's a couple guys that are making their way through the tunnel. And go, oi, who that? Over there. I bet he's got some stuff on him. The other one says, oh, looks like the Drake took another one. And they start to go through William's clothing, not realizing the slowly moving green smoke coming from the coin. William's eyes shoot open, alight with green before they return to his normal eyes.
As his eyes open, how close are these people to him?
Oh, one of them's like touching you, like getting ready to grab the blunderbusses off your harnesses.
He reaches up, like with a blinding speed, grabs him by the wrist, and slowly raises his head, his eyes glowing with that same luminescent green.
These are my ladies. This one's Ivara. Care to learn why we call her that?
And just starts screaming. The other one is taken off, and he's trying to like get out of your grasp, trying to yank his wrist. If allowed to, they will split. And
he'll let the other one run, but he's going to disembowel the one that he has with his cutlass that he has at his waist, and he'll draw it and just and get back to his feet, using the person's head to stabilize himself and get back on. What the fucking hells? He wasn't fucking joking.
hey, are you okay? You hear kind of echo through.
More than okay. More than okay.
You heard anything?
Who's this coming from?
This, as you turn, it is the burly Hal Beardsley, the blacksmith. And two more people, one a cleric of Arendor and just one of the other townspeople. We're out sweeping for survivors, and looks like we found one. So we've got a safe house. We should probably go. Things have quieted down quite a bit, but who knows if there's another round.
Yeah, let's go. And he'll follow Hal to the safe house.
Okay. You make it there. You see the same thing that the rest of the party had seen. You now see Grendel's mama and papa. He already has his stub leg already wrapped up. Your party is not here.
He takes in the magnitude of the events that have taken place. Kind of replaying the words that Grayson said to him in his mind, and kind of starting to come to that realization that this, had he involved himself, would this have gone the same way? Would these people be suffering right now? And it's a fleeting moment, because this is, caring about other people is something he gave up a long time ago, and it just as quickly as it washes over him, it dissipates, and he grounds himself and looks around, looking for anybody that he know the party would most likely interact with.
Okay. You see the crew of the Wayward Squall, minus Captain Carver. You see Damien Quinseverus and the Goblin Herald.
Seeing those two, he would that would pique his interest, given that's who he last interacted with Harpin.
Mm-hmm.
And he would quickly approach them. Oi! What was the other one?
Other one, what? William, was it correct? You bought things in my shop.
Yeah, I might.
Oh, you. And he kind of puts his hand on Harold's shoulder. Yes, you're talking about Creek, aren't you?
They got him, didn't they?
Cannonball in the chest.
Fuck, mate. Sorry to hear that. I'm glad you two made it out all right then. You see my
Yes.
crew.
And Harold starts just going, "What? Slow down, slow down. I can't go that fast. I'm still learning." In the tunnels. I'm not sure. And Harold goes, like, "You come with me." Like, "You, here, this way."
I love this goblin. Seeing that urgency, William would register its importance, and he would follow the goblin.
Okay.
All right, mate, take care of yourself. I'm gonna go find me crew.
He gives you directions, like 2 clicks, turn right, 3 clicks, turn left, like trying to get you through the tunnels without going in with you because he's got other stuff to do here. Unless you can persuade him to go with you, I don't care.
They've been through enough. I'm not gonna bring them through this shit.
You make your way through. You begin your journey through these tunnels. And as we watch William walk off into the darkness of the goblin tunnels underneath Greenport, a dim bioluminescent green-blue fills the room, coming from a multitude of ovaled pods surrounded in inky black tendrils that dig themselves into the rock walls and floor. In the center is a pedestal of the same makeup with different pustules around it. Focus in on one. A figure inside, suspended in this bioluminescent viscous liquid by tendril-like hoses, and over their mouth, a respirator. Xenia. Your eyes open slowly, and you find yourself suspended in this pod, attached in your arms and in your back, and clamped around your face. This apparatus that is actually helping you breathe through this liquid. What do you do?
Xenia sort of blurrily blinks back into wakefulness. Vision's sort of blurry until he can peer past that into the room beyond. What is the state of the pod room right now?
Go ahead and let's see, hang on. Where is that? Go ahead and make me a perception check, I believe, just to try to see through this thick.
It's a 14.
Okay. You look around and see other pods in this room. The room spans about 30 to 40 feet in a circular pattern. In the middle, that pedestal with different sort of organic mechanisms all around it. And from it, a large tendril running to each one of them.
Does it seem like my hands are bound in any way other than being enclosed inside this pod?
Not
Like,
bound.
is it like restricting magic? Is it restricting movement?
No, not. The only thing that would be truly restricted would be your verbal ability.
And the pod in the center.
Mhm.
Can I make out whether it's got any mechanisms? Whether it be like buttons, or is it like a dial? Or does it seem like magically triggered? Is it a touchpad? Is it a touchpad, Your Honor?
Where do I hook up my smartwatch? Like, is there a USB?
So, as you're looking around in this room, there are other creatures in these other pods. A person walks into the room and approaches the pedestal and places their hand on one of the pustuled orbs. Their eyes flash with magic, and one of the pods opens, spilling a deformed creature from it. The hose-like tentacles pop off, and the creature stands dazed for a moment. And once it kind of gains its bearings, it charges this person. They lift their hand and turn. The creature's neck snaps, and they fold into themselves onto the ground before they begin to wither. And the man says, you hear it muffled. Damn. Another one. Not strong enough to be great. Begins to walk over to each pod and kind of run his hands along it. Turns his attention to yours. He places a hand on the transparent membrane and realizes that you're awake. Perhaps you will stand tall amongst the rest, my dear apostle.
I don't
Make
like
a wisdom saving throw.
wisdom saving throw. And Xenia doesn't like that either. He's like visibly just shaking his head back and forth, like, no. Wrong
Bardic
person.
inspiration.
From where?
From Taylor being a cheerleader earlier.
Oh no, that's a 10.
It's a
Do
10.
I have anything for that? Let me check.
Guidance.
Go, Xenia, go.
Do I have inspiration? I can't even see.
You have
You're an,
inspiration because
you're
I
an
give it to you, right?
inspiration.
Yeah.
Chris, will you accept that? Otherwise, it's a 10.
The fact that you're an inspiration. Oh man.
Oh, would you look at that? The DC was 9 the whole time.
Wow.
I just made that up.
I knew it.
Wow.
Wow.
You begin to feel. I will give you advantage because air bubbles begin to come out of your respirator a little bit faster, and you begin to get a foul taste in your mouth. as noxious gas begins to descend and try to enter your lungs.
Ew.
That's a 22.
22.
Survival instincts just kick in.
Beautiful. This pale elf with his hair slicked back and spectacles on the end of his crooked nose looks at you. Ah, very strong. Good, good. Fight it. Raises his hand, and one of the orbs on the pedestal lights, and you begin to feel into your veins a burning sensation. Make a con save.
Oh, thank fuck. 18.
18.
He's not that strong on con, so it's a +1. Whoo! 18. Whoo.
Very interesting. I'll make sure to make note of this for today's experiments. Now, do go to sleep. You'll need your rest. He begins to leave the room.
While this figure is focused on Xenia and says, go to sleep, have a rest. You did say these pods only limit verbal components, technically.
Mm-hmm.
Xenia, as a beast master, has access to his primal companion and rules as written. There's nothing to say there's any components needed to summon it. So as Xenia is slowly closing his eyes, he recalls that this is a dim room, and from the dimness of the room, while the elf's focus is occupied on him, tendrils begin to form into a shadow. Globules begin to manifest in the air when they would normally be pulled from his sketchbook. He doesn't have that right now. He instead pulls from the weave of magic related to nature that connects him to his primal companions, and from the shadows begin to coalesce the form of his 8-foot-tall death crest ape.
Smash.
And being a creature from the Shadowfell is shockingly more stealthy than most would think.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check then.
And it has thumbs.
It does have thumbs. Stealth check. Skills. Wait, I'm bit rolling its own stealth. Excuse. That is 18.
All right. As you pull this massive ape from the shadows of this room, this individual does not notice them.
Can it make a move? And this doesn't come up as an action on the actual Primal Companion Beast of the Land sheet. But can it make a move to try and grab this individual?
Yeah, make a grapple check for me.
What would that be?
Athletics.
Athletics. Okay, I'm gonna roll a d20. Oh! Let me just see what its modifier is, because that's an 18 on the die. Strong. Strong, baby. That's a dirty 20.
Beautiful. Yeah. As he is about to leave this room, your Deathcrest ape effectively grapples him.
Good, because as far as Cure is concerned, this is mother contained in a little pod and in very clear distress. So Cure, the Deathcrest ape, is going to grab what it perceives to be the creature responsible for it, and like a rag doll, just shake it, roar in its face, and then just like slam it onto the nearest wall or ground, whichever's closer. Maybe it's another pod.
Okay. So you grab this elf. He makes eye contact. For a moment, he's like, "What?" Like his brain hasn't quite caught up with what's going on until in his face. And then go ahead and make an attack roll.
Come on, baby.
Use him as a club like Clucky did to Goose.
This is a reminder as to why you shouldn't keep pets with thumbs.
Where's my actions? Uses my spell roll. That is a 24 to hit. Let's see the damage. Is bearing with me. 24 to hit for. Where are you? That is going to be 1d8 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 4. What does P... Oh, natural. What does PB mean? 13 plus...
Proficiency bonus.
Proficiency bonus. Oh. So that is 4 plus...
Or Player's Handbook.
7 points. Oh, I'm gonna assume that ends up being bludgeoning damage.
How much?
7. 7
7.
points.
Okay. So they slam this creature into another one of the pods, and it bursts. He is covered in this viscous liquid, and one of the deformed creatures slumps out of it. As the hoses come off, he wipes his eyes. Take care of them. And he turns invisible and Misty steps. Or Misty steps and then turns invisible, because the other way around would be ruining invisibility.
Mm-hmm. Go. Xenia, through his connection to his primal companion, is going to direct its attention towards the pedestal. And because it's got fingers, just press all the buttons.
Okay.
See which one does what.
The infamous toddler technique.
Mm.
Button smash.
You're doing great, sweetie. Press the button for mommy.
Does a 19 hit the Deathcrest ape?
Please hold. I'm sure it does. Yes, it does.
Nine. 14 points of piercing.
Mm-hmm.
As this abomination latches itself onto its shoulder and just bites down. Roll me an Arcana for your Deathcrest ape.
believe it uses. Just checking whether it uses my thinking. That's a 16 if it's using my skills, or it's a 15 by itself.
Okay.
It's not too clear on that.
Are you able to communicate with your companion? Like, mentally, or...
You're someone from just friendly to your companions and obeys your commands. In combat, the beast acts during your turn, it can move. Your only action takes a dodge action. It doesn't explicitly say, but if it works like a familiar, which it essentially is, then it should be able to have some sort of connection.
Okay. You can use your Arcana for that, which
Okay.
will make the DC.
Nice.
He knows which one goes to your pod. However, it takes magic to activate and to use it. As the abomination takes their claw and begins to jab at your Death Crest ape.
Okay. To which then, as those creatures are scrabbling together, Xenia gives the instruction to move towards his pod to see if they can physically break his container.
Okay.
Smash for two,
As-
yeah.
As they move over, your ape begins to raise its hands with this creature on its back, just inconsequential at this point. It's trying to save its person. Raises its hands and begins to bring them down.
Mhm.
William, after a good amount of time walking through these tunnels, you begin to feel the ground shake and rumble, as if the earth is trying to swallow itself. Godi,
Do I get a-
go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask it. Does he get a sense of direction from the
Yes.
origin?
Absolutely. And the air starts to get colder as you make your way closer to it. Godi, Grendel, and Gorfang.
Quick change.
That's me again.
Do the Wonder Woman spin in the phone booth. Yeah. Taylor is now Gorfang. She beat you to it.
Harpon has
Sailor Moon transformation.
Harpon has drug this silver dragon down into the Underdark that lies beneath these tunnels you find yourself in. A massive crater between you and the other side of this ruin. The beginnings of what you see of an ancient city, or the beginnings of one. You all narrowly escaped this silver dragon's wrath. What are you doing?
As much as I hate to say it, Grendel would immediately kind of be looking around for her pawn because the last she saw of him was going towards the dragon. And even though she's not a big fan of him, he did go and like try to save them. So she will actively first she'll kind of go to a bit of a look, being like, why did you totally like not let me try to save you situation from last time, but she would probably start looking for her pawn. Ugh, can't talk today.
We need to move forward. I said I would help you to get to the city.
Where exactly would forward be? There's a lot of places we can go.
At this time, Gorfang would be looking around the cavern to see if there's a way across, or if he can utilize his large form at this while he still has it to either create a bridge of some sort or knock over something that would create a bridge for them to cross over.
Yeah, there's a small ledge off to the right, but the broken fissures that ran upside the wall, you could probably push over one of these pillars or half of it and create a bridge.
Okay. Gorfang, because he doesn't have much time left with this form, he only has a minute with it. He's going to rush over as quickly as possible and knock over this this pillar.
Okay.
Grendel will offer the help action.
Yep. You have a strength check with advantage.
Which is good because I have a point of exhaustion, which would have put me at disadvantage. But
Well,
in my large form,
I'm at 2 points of exhaustion, but Grendel's gonna help the best she can.
well, I'm saying you gave me I gave myself a flat roll. You gave me advantage, so thank you.
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, awesome. Win-win.
It's gonna be a 18. As he slams his form into the pillar. Kite shield first.
The base of it begins to crack, and with one more push, falls over, creating a fairly stable way across for the time being.
You two, move along. This is where I leave you.
Grendel will take the time to make a flower crown, put it on Gorfang's head, and just go, "It was very nice meeting you, Mr. Dragon Man. I hope you have a good day."
As you do that, that's when he starts to shrink down to his size, and you just hear a very guttural hiss coming from him. Thank you. Go.
Goodbye. Goldie, are you okay?
Cody is staring into the void, considering that he has witnessed what could only, from his perspective, be an ally perishing, and knowing that he has not seen two others of his allies. So he is now considering that actually, I know that Michael hasn't been here, but is like thematically
we'll bring him along. Yeah.
Okay, alrighty.
Just to make the narrative easier.
Righty. So with that, I mean, other than himself, Solomon, and Grendel, Godey's now going down the spiral of what if everyone else is dead?
Grendel's gonna make her way over to Godey. She's gonna kind of look down in the abyss where her pawn disappeared. She looks back at Godey. I really don't know what we can do. I tried to find him up here, but I think he went down with the dragon. We need to find William and Xenia. And I don't know what else to do, Goldie. I'm sorry.
Your companion perished with glory. Honor that. Move forward.
He becomes visibly frustrated.
Grendel just kind of tilts her head to the side and she goes, Goldie, I need you to talk to me.
The amount of people who could still be doing good but have died for something like, and he turns and looks at Gorfang, honor. He looks like he's about to just fully fucking snap at Gorfang, and then he like takes a step back. He just, thank you for your help. But if you take anything from your experience around me, and he gets real close, honor is the currency of the idiot. And then he walks across the bridge.
Grendel will follow, and she is looking at Goldie very concerned. She kind of just mutters to herself, everyone dies someday. Whether it be for honor or for something else. At least he went out the way he wanted to.
That is all we can hope for.
William,
I hope so too.
you've been walking these tunnels for about 10 miles now. And it opens up into this 60, 70 foot high cavern with stone pillars etched into the mountainside. You look down a 20-foot sheer cliff that opens across this, and in the middle is a 70-foot wide chasm where it looks like rock and stone have just sunk and eroded over time. Across the ground is a spattering of sheets of ice and frozen blood. A lizard folk. A giant. A Grendel. And Solomon. Crossing this stone bridge.
William will smile to himself. Happy that they continued to push forward, because he would have done the same if the roles would have been reversed. The mission, while he gave up his life of the military, the mission always does still come first for him. That never changed. So seeing that they're continuing to see through with this mission that they've imposed on themselves, he has like a proud moment for a second before he calls out, "Oi! You all were about to leave me behind, were you?"
Cody stops dead in his tracks and does like this slow turn.
You just see William on top of this cliff face, hold it, one hand resting on the haft of his blunderbuss hatchet, Nadia. Just arms up. What the fuck, mate?
Did we find William?
William found us.
Oh! Grendel immediately is like, William! And she just she just starts freaking running, just like swing hug, just like, I was so worried about you. There was all the guys and the pow pows and the pew pews, and it was crazy. Are you all right? And she's just kind of just shaking him.
After making his way down, knowing what was about inevitably coming, he just kind of goes limp in that second, right before Grendel comes up to him, and just lets it happen because there's no stopping it.
I
Yes,
miss you
yes.
so much.
Yes, you beautiful green psychopath. Please calm down. All right. I'm first off, I'm glad you continued the mission. I'm a little perturbed that you left me behind, but
It looked like you were in the middle of something. I wanted to go get you, but I was told that I had to go in the tunnels. But
no, Grendel, you did fine last. Tell me, did a young lad in armor come seeking you out? Any of you?
No. We did lose Harpondo. He took down a giant dragon roar thing and back there.
All right. Well, it's unfortunate, but we must press forward. I see you replaced me with this scaly bastard here.
Oh, this is Gorfing. Gorfing, this is William. William, this is Gorfing. And he's a giant lizard and he is a pirate.
William just gives this the Gorfang this like side eye, is like a slight familiarity given his past with kin similar to him. But
Why would two characters played by the same player be familiar with one another?
not familiar with each other, but familiar with there's a similarity between two.
I
different,
tease. I tease because Godey's not in a teasing mood.
But Gorfang just gives off this little hiss and a series of chomps, and just and then just walks by.
And Gorfang eats William.
He could try. Gorfang just seems, at this point, has made his goodbyes and is like in a hurry to get out of this area because of how cold it is and how it's affecting him. William doesn't even utter a word to him. He just watches him pass off and walks and just turns to you guys. What's our heading? Where are we going?
First, she's gonna go into her bag and she's gonna pull out like a giant bottle of Fialoa ale and she goes, I got this from Papa for you. And she's gonna like just like shove it into his hands.
Thank you.
It's to make sure you don't get grumpies.
Oh, you got a long journey. I'm sure it'll do for now. Solomon's here. Who else are we missing? Oh, we're still searching for Xenia, that's right.
Xenia.
Oh.
I don't know where Xenia is, though. The old lady took her. Or took him.
Our destination is still Embershard, correct? Alright, well. Let's get moving. We don't have much time. Do we have everything we need? Gear, supplies?
No. And he turns and starts walking in the direction that they...
What does William?
But before we do leave, did we loot the body of the Tabaxi fella behind us?
No, oh wait, shit, he is still here. I wasn't sure if he was consumed by Harpon's last stand.
He was on your guys' side of that.
I remember this.
Well, in that case, loot the body.
Pirate shit.
You turn.
Someone else should loot him because Godey is not in a looting mood.
Oh, that William 100% is. Yeah.
Grendel's just kind of watching, just being like we could shoot him down, but stealing is still bad. But I guess he's not going to use it anymore. Is it really stealing if it is from someone who is dead?
No. To be fair, somebody was about to steal from. Where is this accent? To be fair, somebody was about to steal from me, so everything's fair game once you're dead.
Okay, that makes sense. Maybe we should just go to graveyards and we should just take what people have there, and then we won't need to worry about it.
Goldie just gives William a weird look at what he says, and me as the player, do you have like sword-shaped holes in your clothes?
Technically, yes, there should be.
Mm-hmm. He's pretty tattered from the fight with all the
claw marks
symbiote
from
and
yeah. There's claw marks all over him. His clothes need patching, but yeah, he hasn't had time to mend his clothing. So yeah, he's covered in wounds. Yeah.
Covered in wounds, but does one in particular look very fatal?
I don't know.
The radiant damage that mainly killed him.
Yeah, bro, you got smoked.
Mm-hmm.
I would say there would probably
be
be
Almighty Smiter.
I would say there'd be a burn mark at the
you.
center of his stomach. There is a visible burn mark, if anything, if that's gonna, because radiant damage would probably linger on somebody that's undead. So yeah, there's a wound on his stomach that hasn't fully healed. Burn marks all around it, and that's about it.
Do you require healing?
No, I'm fine, mate.
You have a hole in your torso.
Oh fuck!
What happened, William?
That's a story for another time, Les.
Let's
turn over this body. And he to quickly
Cody will remember that, and my keen mind feat will say that he does.
quickly deflecting, he starts going over to the body and starts turning it out over.
Even your deflections. I'll deflect you right upside your head. Anyway, loot the body.
So, William, when you came down here, all you saw was a concentrated section of blood on ice.
Mm-hmm.
Next to it, a severed belt and a knife holster. The rest of you, if you were to turn and look, the body of the tabaxi is gone.
He fucking lives.
Goaty.
Speaking of people who should have gaping chest wounds,
you see, are you investigating this?
if he's missing, yes.
There is no body where there was one moments ago.
The kitty cat ran away.
I would say William would be helping with this as well, given
Okay.
if Cody were to alert him on it, then yeah, he would help investigate.
Make an investigation or arcana check with advantage, since William is helping in this investigation.
What I will say is, does your superiority thing work on investigation checks, sir?
Mm-hmm.
And what is your normal bonus to investigation?
Mm-hmm. It's a +1. You'll probably do better than me.
So you have potentially +2 to +7, but I have a solid +5. Okay, all right. And save your superiority die. You use those for several things. So I will roll with the advantage. And actually, since I'm doing it, I would do an arcana instead, because that is a +8.
Roll for.
Damn, that's funny.
We're patronizing Chris's beloved NPC that we immediately killed right out the gate.
That would be a dirty 21.
Ooh.
Cody does not.
Running,
Here, kitty. Meow Mix is here. I want.
running your fingers along the ice and kind of wiping away some of the blood, you notice underneath the ice is a form of a teleportation circle.
Oh.
With a 21, you would know that this particular spell was triggered because of another spell called Contingency.
Oh,
You used that. You used that on us.
wow. What a fucking. Ooh. It's intellectual spellcasting smash. Fucking. Yeah, if you die, it will teleport your body to undisclosed location so people cannot loot your thieving corpse.
However, I also
Wow.
had you and Grendel, roll percentiles.
You want us to roll percentile?
No,
Oh,
I
wait,
had you
we
do it. I
did.
had you
Oh yeah.
during the week.
Oh no.
That's what those four right now. On the ground is the belt with the scabbard of the dagger.
Mm-hmm.
And with the 21 investigation Goatee, you also find a small earring that doesn't seem to go through a hole, more so wrap around your ear as decorative jewelry.
Smash.
But you find those two
Oh.
things. For inventory purposes, you have a flame tongue dagger.
Ooh. Smash.
So it does a d4 and then 2d6 fire damage.
Double smash.
And an earring of whisper, which allows you to communicate to another within 500 feet.
Smash.
This. You can communicate with people?
So that is what you are able to get from the body because of the ballista bolt basically ripping apart the belt that had that specific one attached to it.
What was the belt? Was it just a generic belt?
Yeah, just a leather belt that held the scabbard.
Gotcha.
Does it have like little metal pieces on it? Like for the buckle?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just the leather is severed.
Grendel will take that.
Okay.
How delightful. Anybody need a flame tongue dagger?
And flame tug dagger does shine, I think, bright light in 40 feet and dim light another 20.
Well, you have to attune to a flame tongue.
You do?
Thing, as I'm seeing, and then it's a command word to turn it on. But that could happen at some point. Right now in my inventory, it's a flame tongue short sword, but we'll just rename it flame tongue dagger, and hopefully I roll the right damage dice.
Baggage?
Or whoever does. Shut up, Tarzan.
Okay, so what are you all doing after this? Finding the body missing and the two little artifacts that he had on his person.
Grendel's still walking around, just going, "Here, kitty, kitty."
Oh god.
Grendel, for no point of purpose, has a plastic container of cat treats in his shoe.
Here, kitty, kitty.
Oh,
Every cat in a 1,000-mile radius.
Grendel would love that. Oh my god, Grendel would love that.
no.
This might,
Only-
Grendel, at any point while you were out with Helene, did you ever pick flowers or herbs, and did any of them include catnip?
I wouldn't be surprised if, like, because for some reason I feel like Helene definitely owns cats,
Yeah, I get that. I feel like that makes sense.
So, like, I feel like Grundle would definitely love kitty cats. Because, like,
There you go. You have catnip in your inventory.
Oh my god.
all the kitties come to me!
All right.
I like
Oh my
chicken,
goodness.
I like liver, destruction and chaos we deliver.
All right.
The cough medicine's really kicking in.
Okay.
Love it.
Sorry.
William would be like, oh, "There's no need to obsess over something that we can't stop or control. So let's press on, shall we?"
Grundle will kind of nod. And she will take a moment to take a flower crown, and she's going to drop it down into the void
William will
for her
take
pawn.
point and start leading the way across the bridge.
Okay.
Grundle will stop him, and she will turn him to face the void. And she goes, and she will hand him a flower, and then she will also hand Godi a flower. And she goes, "You will pay your respects."
He'll toss the flower, but he's gonna pull out the booze that Randall gave him and start pouring some down into the well or the cave below. That's how we pay our respects in the Navy. Now let's go.
Grundle will wait for Godi.
Godi pauses and says some private words in his mind for Harpon before extending his hand and dropping the flower.
Grundle would then nod. She'll kind of gently pat Godi on the back. She'll be like, "Come on, let's go." And she will walk with Godi behind William to cross the bridge. The Rainbow Bridge.
Sorry.
So who's leading
That
the
would be the
way?
Rainbow Road.
I think William is.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a survival check to start heading. They're on the other side of this.
Since I'm proficient, can I add the help action for him?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Well, your help didn't do too much, but my roll did pretty well.
Grundle only has a +1 in survival, so that tracks.
+1 as well. 16.
16. You come to the end of this seeming large throne room, essentially. And there are a few outlets to different directions. You kind of orient yourself, figure out which way's north, and you pick a direction. As you go down some of these halls, thin to about 10 feet wide, small side rooms with fallen rock and debris. One of them has skeletonized bodies that bear armor and weapons. And you continue through these halls. You come to a section that has hieroglyphs and pictures carved into the stone that are eroded with time. Victor, could I have you come in here?
Preemptive smash.
Definite smash.
Toro,
Lovely smash.
what are you doing at this moment in time? You've descended into these caverns, into this once society, for your own reasons. But shortly into your descent, the ground shook and rumbled. A cacophonous crack of stone, and then nothing.
This dwarf, who is tall for being a dwarf, potentially 4'7", 4'8", wanders into these halls, accompanied by some members of his group, and while most of them seem to be wearing very simple garments that look like miners and craftsmen, he is wearing the equivalent of, I suppose, a noble, where he's wearing this long coat that has embroidered, hand-woven pieces of filigree, and he's wearing a shirt with a vest and a tie. And he carries a hammer, a small hammer, on his belt. And he's going with a purpose. And when he hears the rumbling, his mind thinks, well, that bloody lass, I sure hope she did not try to use any of them chemicals that she has. Yeah. Oi, I think we have to keep ourselves in a hurry, yeah? Don't want to make sure that we find ourselves with our great friend here under the rubble. It's not going to be quite useful for us, yeah? So get ready with your pikes and your shovels and all. Yeah, we got moving. Yes. All right. And he just sort of, now he's just going with a pep on his step, just moving through, keeping an eye on the stone, his knowledge of this type of construction and masonry, using it as a way to like sort of guide himself and try to get a sense if he sees any like cracks on the walls that may indicate what the hell this was, where it came from, and then tracking that based on that and where he's supposed to be meeting the people that he's supposed to be meeting.
Okay. Cody, William, Grendel, and Solomon, you see ahead of you where another hall intersects and crosses. You've come to many of these different sections, as this is a meandering just halls of plenty. And you see light begin to bask on the pillars and on the wall coming, and you see this individual followed by 2 or 3 others making their way from right to left across your path, probably 20 feet down.
I'd say William, seeing activity ahead, would lower his torch to reduce the likeliness of them being spotted based off the light source. Just hold up. We got movement up ahead. Shall we let's get a better position before we approach these people. Aye.
I will say, if anyone's looking, Grundle is actively dragging her feet. She looks exhausted, and she looks beaten to hell. So she probably, like, when William is like, "Stop, we got to get in better formation." She's just kind of like, well, what do you mean? Like, I'm right here. Is there any other better place that I need to be?
William's gonna take a quick second to assess the terrain. He's gonna want to position Godi on the high ground, as he's the party's like biggest like cannon on the battlefield. So he's gonna want to see if he can spot something that he can station Godi on, and position Grendel and himself in the foreground. So basically, turning Godi into a sniper from a distance, and then maintaining the front lines as Grendel and William normally do. So, how's the terrain looking? Is there a high ground we can establish?
Everything is really tight in here.
Mm-hmm.
Past this particular intersection, a lot of the city-like structure crumbles and falls off into more of a natural cavern farther up ahead.
Okay.
That edge right there would probably be your best bet of getting like a high ground, but it is after that intersection where these dwarves are coming through.
Gotcha. Yeah, we'll go ahead. He'll quietly motion Godi to take that position. And he's going to continue his path straight ahead to come across these people. Motion for Grendel to stay close, but maintain a distance behind him, so that way she's not in direct harm's way. And once Godi gets in position, that's when he will call out to the group ahead.
You tell Godi to take this position, and you start walking away. And Godi will just say, "Grendel,
Yes.
do not let William be rude."
Okay, I will make sure he is not a grumpy pants. And she then turns to William and goes, "William, you make sure you're not a grumpy pants."
And without a word, Godi will turn and use Horatio's stompers to leap to this position.
Smash.
Loves those boots. He loves those boots.
I fucking love Horatio Grovel Stomp.
Oh my god. Yeah, once Godi gets to that position, that's when William will station himself in the centermost part of the walkway.
Grendel is weaving flower crowns as we are approaching.
Godi is not the stealthiest, but he will just try to find a spot where his naturally grayish skin might blend in with the surroundings.
Very good. What's everybody's passive perception?
Oh god, I think it's like I'm 8 across the board. I
like
think.
a million. 17.
14.
The only person in the party who beats me is not here right now. Xenia.
You said passive perception, right? Yeah, that's an 8.
Yeah, 14 for William.
My passive insight's surprisingly good though, but
Grendel
no, not insight, investigation. Abby.
Meanwhile, in Embershard, Xenia sneezes. Grendel's a good judge of character, I reckon.
With that, William will raise up his torch overhead. Oi, you lot ahead. State your business.
Hello.
Toro is just making his way, and then he hears the voice, and his group immediately sort of like turns in the direction. But you see him who's leading sort of kind of like just slow down and look your way. He's kind of like slow down very casually. And he just has that moment where he looks at you. He just puts his hands on his hips.
Hello.
He sees Grendel. He sort of goes, Now, would you look at that? I'll tell you right now, I've walked places like this before in my life, and I've got to say, the chances of meeting people in such a small place is quite surprising, ain't it? It's quite surprising. And then he just starts walking in your direction, just sort of very like amusingly, and then it's sort of gesturing to his friends to lower their pikes and their shovels and their tools. It's oh come on, all right. It's not well, we're not gonna find ourselves a problem over here, are we? Suppose if he wanted to attack us, he would have done it without calling us, yeah?
Grendel is already approaching with a flower crown.
Grendel, what's up?
Hello, it is so nice to meet you.
Oh, aren't you a lovely one? Is that for me? Oh, thank you so much. It's quite. And then he just puts it on like, all right, look, how do I look, gorgeous? Yeah. This is quite great. Yeah. You know what? I got something for you as well. It just it works well with your skin. You see, and he reaches into his belt and he takes out this small little gemstone that is a green gemstone. And he just goes and he goes, you see this one right here? This one comes from my homeland, yeah? If you ever want to have this one done for you on a necklace or something, quite gem, I can put it on swords too as well. Yeah, here you, and he just reaches for Grendel's hand, puts it on, you keep that, all right? You want to ever try to get it done, I'll give you a good price. It's going to be amazing. So yeah, but thank you for the. This is going to be quite good for where I need to go next. Yeah.
Victor, I hate to point out, but in your little header down here, you spelled Bard wrong.
One swoon.
Smash, but swoon?
Grandpa smash.
I felt like I just got taken on like a swing dancing party. Oh my god, it's so adorable.
William, kind of baffled, walks up next to Grendel. Sorry, Grendel, and
Look at how pretty it is, William. No, it's mine.
And because she remembers how William kind of has a tendency to like steal things, she does take one. She's like,
This is my shiny rock. It would be perfect.
Easy, Grendel. Who are you, lad?
I'm Grendel. Hi, this is William. And what is your name?
Hello, Grendel. Hey, it's quite a lovely name, Grendel. I am Toro Braidstone at your service. I find myself here on a matter of business, you see, but it appears something has occurred in the vicinity. There was some rumbling and tremors, and now you would say I'm a little concerned. As you see, I'm trying to.
The silver dragon. You don't need to worry about that. He's gone now.
William at this time is just taking in Toro's demeanor and stature, trying to get he's learning everything he can from this guy. What his intentions are, his capabilities, his health points, his levels in class. He's learning everything he can from this guy right now. So you want to reveal that information to me now?
well, William's doing it, and then Grendel's just like, yeah, but there was this guy, and he came in, and he went whoosh, and then the dragon went roar, and then it was just whoosh, and then more whoosh, and then he was in a hole.
So what is the information that you get from this?
From interacting with you and observing, I learn your capabilities comparatively to my own. So strength score, dexterity, constitution, armor class, current HP, and class levels. and fighter class levels, if any. While that's going on, he'll raise up his hand to where Godi can spot him and just wave him to come join them, as it doesn't seem like they're posing any threat to the group.
Come on, Goldie! Oh, you need to meet Goldie, Toro. So Goldie he's a giant, and I think he has, I'm not quite sure. I feel like he kind of slouches sometimes. I think he just needs a little bit more of a confidence boost. I don't know what it is, but he's super nice, and yeah.
Grendel's just excited. And
When
she is also
they-
still looking at this rock.
When he is pointed out, there is, yes, a very large humanoid with gray skin tones and tattoos all over his
Smash.
his shirtless form, and he is pointing a wand in your direction for this entire conversation.
Double smash.
Toro hears Silver Dragon, and Toro and his group, like his group, just starts looking at each other like, "The fuck did you just say?" Toro is just looking at your Incredulous, and he's like tapping, like he's just like flicking one of the flowers from the crown, just sort of like, "Oh, I apologies there, but you just said that the sound that happened was from a silver dragon, yeah?"
Yeah, it was this giant, big, scary silver dragon. It had these giant wings, and they went whoosh. But then we unfortunately we had a party member that like jumped in. His name is Harpoon. He's kind of a little weird guy. I wasn't the biggest fan of him, but he did something very good, and he jumped in and he goes whoosh, and then everything goes towards the ground like whoosh, and that is probably, and then the whole earth shook like and then the next thing we know that the dragon is going into the hole in the ground, and then Harpoon went with it. Kitty Cat is gone, and we don't really know what's going on.
Grendel, I didn't see this silver dragon that she speaks of, but
Well,
this
it's
group
because
is
you weren't there.
this group is more than capable of handling themselves. But we are currently on our way to Embershard. Can you do you know this city well?
Oh, of course. Embershard is the you would say the center of the world for a merchant like me, yeah. And he just has a moment where he's just 1 second, and you see him. He sort of like goes to the ground, and he then just places his ear on the ground, and he closes his eyes, and he stays still for a long time. And you see his expressions are sort of like, oh, that's quite a fall, that is. I'm pretty sure they might be still falling, yeah? Hard to tell these parts. It's quite deep there on the dark, but I suppose there's not much you can do. As for Embershard, of course, I can lead you there if you like, but if you want a guide, I'm happy to take you there. There's another matter of business I need to tend to in these holes, and it shouldn't take long. If you care to join me and just stay by with my friends here, then I'm happy to make sure that you make your way afterwards to Embershard. After all, I will be going in that direction myself.
Oh, you're a merchant?
Yes, lass.
Oh,
You see that gem you have over there? It is not the only one that I am able to procure, and I happen to find myself to be a craftsman of sorts as well. And he's finally in the conversation very, happily, he suddenly finally spots Cody. noticing the wand, but his eyes, you can tell he's just looking at all the runes and the symbols on his body. And he just has that moment of, oh, now you're quite an interesting one. Who gave you those, I wonder?
I did.
Ah, resourceful. It's what I like with my group here, yeah? They all have their own way. And you actually see that as he gestures to them, each single one of the members of the party, in some form or another, you see them either peel one side, peel a sleeve, and they all have a rune that
The
symbolizes.
same rune?
Was that?
The same rune?
No, different runes.
Hmm.
Each one has a rune that, with your knowledge, would know that they're basically like either protective runes or runes to define a particular character of the individuals. So it's almost like the rune defines their type of personality or perseverance. Like that's sort of part of their identity.
Oh,
I would like a
Okay.
whole catalog of each person and their written. No, I'm kidding.
the prospect of having a guide through this city is quite alluring, but I'm going to need a moment with my group to decide on whether or not this is a correct course of action. So, if you don't mind, give us a moment, please.
Oh yeah, of course, lad. I do have to say, do not take long. Yeah, I'm afraid that the business I have to tend to, I cannot take too much time, as someone may be needing of my assistance. And as for your lot, just make sure you're careful. Yeah, there are plenty of goblin parties and sell swords around here. There's also some mushroom folk that I believe have been growing for a while. They don't mind much for the living. They usually keep things clean from the dead.
All right,
Well,
Grandpa,
I heard they grow on
we
you.
got the idea. And with that, he'll quick, noticing how much this Toro individual likes to ramble a little bit, he starts backing away a little preemptively to gather the group,
I think he's really
pulling
nice.
Grendel and Godi aside. All right, this is probably going to be our most expedient guide out of the city to find Xenia. We need to move quickly. But he has a side project that he needs to take care of. Do we stay around for him, or do we move on without him?
At the same time that conversation is happening, one of Turod's men kind of leans into him and says, Master Brightstone, are you sure having 4 more people along into this lot is the right thing to do?
we were on our way, thinking to ourselves, we're just going to do a simple visit, yeah? Now we can have 4 more bodies, show a strength, show a bigger force. They don't need to do anything. They can tag along. Besides, I'm feeling generous today, eh?
Right. You know best, Master.
With a passive perception of 17, did I hear that conversation?
That is up to Mr. Brightstone. How boisterous and loud he cares to have his business.
This is fair.
He wouldn't have had that conversation loudly. And if William excused himself, he would have taken distance himself. He would have respected the distance too.
I will say Grendel will turn to William and just kind of tilt her head, and she'll be like, well, the thing is that I feel like we would probably end up wasting time trying to figure out where we need to go. So if anything, we might as well just go ahead and help him here, take that time, and then we absolutely have somebody that hopefully can guide us to where Xenia is. But I feel like we probably lose more time getting lost than we would trying to help this guy. At least he knows what he has to do.
It's very insightful, Grendel.
Thank you.
William.
Aye.
If there is anything that I trust your opinion on more than my own, it is people. What do you think?
He has really shiny rocks. I think he's a nice guy.
He seems very
Grendel, we're going
capable.
to need to have a very long talk.
Grendel would totally get an advantage if they offered her puppies.
He seems capable, strong, sturdy individual. I don't sense any devious intent with him, so I feel this will probably be our most expedient route out of the city, and thus getting us to Xenia that much faster. I don't know how much longer they'll be able to stay captured. What they're being subjected to at this time this is beyond my scope. But we need to get through the city as quickly as possible, and he seems like our best route.
Grendel also does take a moment. She kind of, again, exhaustion kind of crosses her face a little bit, and she goes,
I will be honest. I don't know how much more use I'm going to be unless I can take a nap. I am very, very tired right now.
I understand, Grendel. We'll try and make camp soon, but we have to make as much ground as we can before then.
I feel like my feet have covered a lot of ground, but I guess I will keep going.
Are we in agreement then?
Fine.
All right. Bye, dwarf. We will accompany you. And with that, he'll lead the group closer to Toro, holding out his hand. Formerly known Captain William Powell. Most commonly William the Great.
A captain, you say? It was quite an honor, mate. And he just sort of shakes, takes your arm, sort of holds it firmly. Well, I suppose, in a way, I could say you are the royalty of the sea, eh? To which case, and then he just sort of like makes a grace, like boisterous gesture. One of the things you say, especially because you were very much looking at him, you'll see that he's got jewelry, like he's adorned with stuff. He's not like over the top, but he's not just like a grinding stone and kind of dwarf.
Toro got the grip.
Yeah, he's definitely has taken the time to build a persona with of wealth, at least the passing of it.
Something William's fairly familiar with, given his line of work and his past. You get a sense of comfortability with you.
Well, if that's the case, let us not delay much longer, yeah? And if you would like, and he just sort of gestures to his friends, and in Dwarvish, he just says to them, give them some rations, yeah? And so you will see that a couple of the members of his party proceed to like reach into their backpacks, and they actually start approaching you guys and sort of offering you little like pieces of like dry meat and bread, just like very basic kind of food used for long journeys.
As they are distributing this, you all feel a far off quake that reverberates through. Shifting rock and sand kind of falls from above. And then nothing.
What was that?
Toro, this emanated from far, far, far below.
Am I presuming that this is the end of the line for the falling?
Mm-hmm.
I think Toro has a moment where he, after Grendel asks what was that, if you were to look at Toro, he just has that moment where his head sort of tilted. You have my condolences and respect for your fallen one. It appears their journey has finally met the ground.
Oh, I see.
He's an
Well,
honorable man.
Very well. Let us move. And he starts, without much pause, he just starts moving.
William will hesitate for a moment. The food that was gifted to him, he'll hold out to his side to Grendel. You need this more than I will.
What was it? A little bit of food?
The food that was gifted to him, he
Yeah.
gave to you for an added sustenance, as William doesn't need it.
Oh. And Grendel doesn't know that, though.
So
Grendel,
smart.
she'll just kind of be like,
did you already eat lunch, William?
I've had plenty to eat, Grendel. Regain your strength. Let's move.
Oh, okay.
and she's gonna start eating. She doesn't let food go to waste.
Cody will accept the gift that is given to him, but he will pocket it for now as he is consulting his spell book. And will we be walking for 10 minutes or more?
I'd say so.
After about 10 minutes-ish, Cody will approach Grendel and say, Grendel, you are tired. Have a seat. And ritually casting floating disc. A disc will hover above the ground, looking like the
Sick.
looking like a runic compass, and he will tell you that you can sit or lay on it.
Dope.
Grendel will like see it, and she'll just be like,
Sit. It's 3 feet in diameter. Never mind.
it fits like sits, and so you kind of just see Grendel like weirdly just kind of like she kind of just curls up onto the little square, and she just kind of like puts her like so she goes,
Oh, this is nice. Thank you, Goldie.
You are welcome.
and she's gonna kind of very weirdly for a minute, she's just gonna kind of like she'll kind of sit here for a second, and then she'll go.
Seeing that disc, William is gonna quickly run his hand into his pocket where the coin is, as his mind kind of drifts back to the Dragon Turtle Island, where he ambitiously took this said coin while being carried on the back of this disc previously. Coming full circle, it looks like. Rest up, Grendel. We have lots of ground to cover. Cody, stay close to me.
William, you stay close to Grendel. And because the disc remains immobile, if Cody is within 20 feet of it, Cody will walk ahead, probably with the Toro in the lead of the party, while once he is 20 feet away, the disc and Grendel on top of it will start to follow him like pulling a radio flyer wagon.
I like it.
The world's largest radio flyer wagon.
And Grendel is
Smash.
just snoring, curled up in a ball, flower petals fluttering behind her.
Adorable. As you round one of the corners, a brighter light from a bonfire is emanating from one of the ruins. And you hear, "Hey, you get back here, you little shit! Catch me if you can, you stupid grick-mouthed motherfucker!" And you hear, and this green gas just starts to fall out of the room, and out of it, a small, deep gnomish individual coming out with a leather cap, tattered just clothes and bandages, and big old goggles on the head, with a metal box in their hand and just tosses it up and goes, mucus brain. And as she like turns to walk forward, she runs straight into Toro's chest. Just watch where you're. Do I know you?
I will hope so, yeah. Considering the fact that I'm expecting for you to bring some reports to me and you're kind of late.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Sure.
Smile.
Yeah.
Sorry. got,
Are
got held up a little bit.
Yeah. Are they over there?
They, as you say that, two of these guys just come. Where is that? Oh, shit. Where is she? And they're just like crying, just this tear gas. Just.
Toro has a moment where he just like with his he turns to William, Godey, and Grendel, and he says, "If you don't mind, I have some business to tend to, but you're welcome to stay here and rest, yeah?" And then he just turns to the gnome and just taps her on the shoulder. "You tell me which of these is the leader?"
It's that one right there.
"Oh, cheers." And then you see Toro is just going to move to the nearest one coughing. And he's just going to go through these guys, just basically fist with his fists. He's just going to hold him. "You all right, mate? You all right? Your eyes hurting?"
Yeah. Who are you? Have you seen a gnome around here somewhere?
"Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen more than what you're about to see." And he headbutts the first one.
Oh, fucking no.
Some Peaky Blinders shit right here, and I'm for it.
He moves to, how many of these guys are there?
There's like 3 of them.
There's 3 of them. Okay, so that's the first one. He moves to the second one. He just goes to him and says, "Oh, mate, how about you take a knee?" And he actually just slams with a push kick right on the joint of the knee,
Smash.
just making the leg go buckle and make him fall withering in pain.
Smash the kneecap.
And then he finally gets to the leader of the group, and he just kind of like, he actually reaches for something in his pocket, a piece of cloth, and he says, "Hey, here you go, mate." And the cloth that he's actually handing him has blood on it, dry blood.
Listen. You've made your point.
Oh,
Right.
that's a good question. What the blood is? Yeah, let me tell you. See, what happened here is you see my friend over here, the little one, yeah? You see the little one?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, they're under my contract, and they are supposed to bring information to me so that I may run my business on time. And it appears to me, it's come to my attention, that you not only decided to take them against their will, you also hurt one of my men. The one whose blood is on that napkin, yeah?
Listen. The gnome's more trouble than she's worth, all right?
No, mate, I'm more trouble than you're worth. And then, but you see Torgo, it's all right. You see, I don't have a problem, yeah? I'm a man who understands when you are trying to do something to survive and you make choices, yeah? And this choice has led you to me. So we will settle this the way that things must be settled amongst men, yeah? And dwarves and elves and anybody who has some level of honor and understands this world, yeah? And you see Toro turns away, his back on him, and starts taking off his coat as his friends now basically have put their legs on the other two, keeping them down and sort of like creating a bit of a semicircle. And you see Toro takes off his coat, takes a moment to look at the group. You guys doing all right? Oh, she's lovely. Yeah, she's lovely. Yeah, what do you think of my? He says to the group, to the boss of the group. What do you think of my crown? She made it. Eh? She made it. And so he folds.
This display is happening with a flower crown. It's
This makes
I
it
have
even
no-
better.
Meticulously,
That's it. It doesn't get
Y'all
better.
go home. We've won D&D. That's it.
I'm already
meticulously,
home.
Somebody clip this shit right here.
meticulously,
You think
Toro.
your flower crown is funny,
folds-
do you?
He folds his coat, puts it on the shoulder of one of his fellows, and then he starts rolling his sleeves. Oh, 2 rounds sounds fair, yeah?
Oh my god.
More than fair. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm a fair man, you see. And he takes off a belt that he's wearing, hands it over to one of his friends. And you see him just, all right. And he literally just sort of gestures and leans his face forward.
Ah! Yes!
All right. All right. So,
Make
you
it
win.
count, Mike.
You take the numb. I win.
Before he's done talking, Toro, open hand, throws the jab at his throat.
Roll initiative and an attack.
Oh shit! You should have
It's-
taken your
This is
opportunity.
like the sexiest thing in the world.
It's only going
I
to be
am
a
quest-
me.
I am questioning my heterosexuality.
Just screams and pansexual.
You're just at this time. You should have made it count, mate.
One of the things that I'll say now that was happening as Toro was rolling his sleeves, because that is actually the way that you know that he's entering a rage.
Smash.
Oh,
I love it.
sophisticated smash!
Stop! My penis can only get.
The casualist of rages. I love it.
Yes.
That is incredibly attractive.
Does a
I
16
know.
hit him?
Does a 16 hit him? Yes.
Is that a
All right.
gentleman rage?
Gentleman's rage. I love it.
Gentleman's rage. Peaky
So
fucking
with
blind.
rage, that's going to be 7 points of damage, bludgeoning damage, because it's all hands. And can he give me a? He's going to be grappled if he fails.
Okay. What? Athletics.
Yeah, athletics or acrobatics, I believe.
Okay.
Correct.
Yep. That's a 5.
Oof.
That's I don't even need to roll.
I can't even roll lower than that.
So am I getting my 2 attacks per action or just 1 attack before initiative?
What was your initiative?
10.
10.
Mhm.
So we'll count this as a surprise. He has a 16 on initiative.
Sounds good.
Or you get a surprise round, which means you get your whole turn. So yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
All right.
At this time, William is now setting up a betting ring with the men around the fight.
17 for the second hit
Mhm.
for another 7 points of bludgeoning damage.
So, all right.
And he is grappled currently.
All right. So
10 gold. This guy doesn't make it past the first round.
grappled means that their attacks are at disadvantage, correct?
No, restriction
No.
only imposes. Their movement's just 0, and they don't
Okay.
benefit from speed.
So he is going to attempt to kind of not try to grapple you, but kind of return how you have him grappled and kind of combat that, and like grip you on the arms and try to punch from there or kick.
The
does a
Hawkman's roll.
15 hit?
Is it 15?
Yes.
Nope.
No.
But for the sake of flavor and story, he actually hits him, and Toro does not face.
Love it. Fucking love it, Mike.
14.
Nope.
So he is just swinging away at this, trying to do something after your throat punch and just your attacks that were very well done.
Yeah. He basically he actually hits Toro twice. And you just see Toro sort of have just like that brief moment of like the blink maybe, but it's just this kind of like, and he grabs his secondary arm as he just kind of like twists it, and then with a hammer strike he just brings his hand down on him.
Hammer!
Smash.
I'm gonna say a 24 hits.
Legitimate smash.
Oh, actually, that's with advantage because it's grappled.
Yeah.
So there's a
grappler feat.
There's a 14 hit.
Does not.
So only one of the strikes.
This motherfucker.
So another 7 points of damage.
I'm trying to show up, Clucky. I see you. I love it. I fucking love this guy.
You hit with another, and he's going to try to break the grapple. So another athletics. That's an 18.
That's a 20. 20.
So he raises his arms and just hammers down, trying to and he just meets a mountain on there. Realizing that he can't really escape, he's going to move and try to kick you in the groin.
A low blow. I like
The
it.
cheap
Okay.
little bastard!
You
That's a
would
17.
too. You're not winning fairly.
Does a 17 hit, Toro?
17 hit.
And
Williams
an armor
learning
strike.
everything about this guy right now, and I love
Right.
it.
Just straight unarmed strikes are 4, correct?
Strength
Depends
modifier.
on your strength. Yeah.
Modifier.
Ah,
Unless you have the tavern brawler feat.
he does not.
Or the unarmed fighting style, or you are a monk.
So yeah, 3 points of bludgeoning damage to Toro.
Actually, it's gonna be 1.
I love it.
Actually.
Again, he hits him there, and you have the moment. Toro has a moment of like, and his eyes look up at him.
He's more insulted than hurt.
Make
Yeah.
an intimidation check.
Thematically makes sense.
Intimidation check.
Mhm.
That's a nat 20.
Oh my
Your next
God.
turn, All attacks are at advantage.
Perfect. I mean, technically, they already are.
Yeah. Arms of stone, balls of steel.
Fucking
Smash.
Toro and Clucky need to be wrestling partners. That needs to be a thing now.
I'm now just
Toro-
imagining the giant chicken wrestling the tiny dwarf, or I guess the tall dwarf, because he's tall for a dwarf, isn't he?
Toro, yeah. Toro has that moment where when he hits him in the groin, Toro has that moment and he looks at him like
You little shit.
disappointment on his face
Hmm.
before he goes for his next 2 attacks.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Disappointed.
15
All right, 24 on the first one.
Jeez.
15 gold. He finishes him with a suplex.
And 18 on the second one.
Both of those hit.
Yeah, so both of those are 7 more, so 14 damage total.
How do you want to do this?
When this guy hits him in the groin and he looks at him with disappointment, Toro just has a moment of disappointment and just releases the grapple. And with the same hand that he had him grappled, back slaps him on the face. And he just continues in a sequence of hits. So he's just back slap, strike, grabs him, punch, 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 grabs the cloth with the blood,
Mm-hmm.
shoves it in his mouth. You do not mess with my friends, yeah? You do not mess with my business, yeah? You do not fuck with Toro Braidstone, yeah? And he just grabs him by the head. And he just boom, boom,
Ah!
and when the body, he feels the arms of the guy just sort of loose, he just lets him go and drop. And he just turns around and goes for his coat and for his belt. And he goes, yeah, now we can go. And he just puts his coat on, his belt, and he starts walking.
That's where we'll go to break. We'll see you guys here in a bit.
Smash.
Well done. God.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great break. We're going to go over some things we have for this coming week. Very exciting. This Sunday, we have Frontiers of Eberron with our lovely DM, Michael St. Gregory, who always does an amazing job. He also does all of our setups and produces our shows. So if you need anything like that, he is for hire, Michael St. Gregory, on all of the socials. So hire him, pay him well. He deserves it. He does amazing work. After this Sunday, we have Tuesday, now that our Star Wars TTR, it's not ours, but the Star Wars TTRPG that we're running on this channel with our DM William, or Daddy Tarzan. There you go. So that is Tuesday, and that is at 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. We also have the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago with our lovely
right the
DM
first time.
Matt. And that is also at 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, 9 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Eastern. And then yet again, Thursday, we have Vardin once again at 8 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Hopefully.
This is all in with the thoughts that, perfect scheduling lineups and traffic and weather reports don't set us back and whatnot. So if we are delayed, we apologize, but we're trying our best.
Yep. And we do appreciate you guys being flexible with all that. And again, if we're way too late for you, you can always watch it back on the YouTubes.
I am quickly turning into the adults in Frosty the Snowman 2 when they're all spraying the chemicals that destroy the snow.
Is that all of our shows? Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We've got all that tabletop action coming at you this week on To Be Diced.
Be a full week next week.
Adventures. Absolutely. We return to the underground area. The sounds of fist meeting bone and head meeting head resounds throughout the halls and the tunnels. Toro Braidstone has made an example of someone that took advantage of one of his own. Off to the side, the gnome is just sitting with the metal box, and she pulls out a little tool and quickly, and while he's fighting, she's just messing with this thing. The other two slowly pick up their friend and begin to make their way off, assuring Toro Braidstone and his people that they'll have no more trouble from them. What are you all doing?
William's currently
swooning.
William's currently coughing up the 15 gold that he bet that Toro would finish this guy off with a suplex of some sort. Not a little disgruntled, but his eyes have been locked on Toro this whole time. He found himself a little bit of a fight crush. He's impressed and he wants to fight him now.
It's all right, mate.
Smash.
Every time they bid on him the first time, you don't know his style quite yet, alright? Next time, don't bet on the suplex. Go for the more subtle approach, alright?
Starting to learn he's more of a man of flair. I understand. Well done, Toro. Great stone. Quite an
Oh, wait,
excellent
what,
show, of
mate?
course. Say again.
Well done with what, mate?
A show of force.
Oh yeah. No, don't worry about it. It's just my line of business. Yeah, we got to make sure that people understand what type of person is working on making sure that business goes as usual, and there has to be some respect. You see.
I understand. But my line of work, we don't typically give second chances. When they spill blood, we kill them. Be rid of them.
Oh yeah, but if you kill them, who's going to spread the word?
I'd say you did him a favor. He looks a lot better now.
That's true, yeah. That's true. Ugly motherfucker, yeah. No. And at this point, Toro has been leading the party. At this point, he like turns and he's like walking backwards as he's looking at the group. Well, what? Now, none of my business. And if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. But what let you hear? What's an Embershard for you lot?
Business.
No prying further. And he just turns around, keeps walking.
What do you know of Greenport?
Oh well, I wager about what I heard, it may not be as green no more. Yeah.
Are you aware of the situation up there?
Oh yeah. We made ourselves through the tunnels. These places go around long many miles in many directions under the ground. You see, my people and I have become familiar with these parts, and sometimes they're quite useful when things get a little ugly up there. Not entirely sure what fully happened, but wait a minute. Were you at Greenport before this?
Aye. That's where we just came from.
And you said there was a dragon. Was a dragon responsible for Greenport?
Partially.
Jinx! I'm kidding.
Double jinx.
Well, what was the other part then?
People making an example. And he just looks at Toro.
Well, I'm not sure that's quite right, mate. Because you see, it looks to me, yeah, as you're looking at me right now, and you're trying to say that the way that I would make an example, it would be equivalent of destroying a town like Greenport. And I love Greenport, great business there. You see, the difference is,
You drop
careful with your coin, man. Don't drop it. Don't lose it. It's quite dark in here. Yeah.
Wouldn't want anything bad to happen around that coin.
Oh, indeed. So if you ever want to part with it for some gems, I had some great ones at my shop. Yeah.
I'm putting it down.
He's flustered. He's flustered being around Toro.
Look at this outfit.
But yeah, and he turns to go. He's like, "Do speak up, mate. I don't." If you have a problem with it, I'm the kind of person much likely speak up front, you okay?
There are many problems to be had, none currently with you. I should hope you wouldn't change that. What I was merely doing is providing a simile between what you've done to that man versus what people have done to Greenport.
I feel sorry for Greenport then.
You should.
He just keeps walking.
How long of
This whole time, Godi pondering his book because he has to literally floating this lasts 10 minutes, and it takes 10 minutes to ritual cast it, so he's just constantly ritual casting
Smash.
floating disc to keep it afloat.
Oh, that
Tell
is
me-
so adorable. I'd say
Tell
every
me,
now and then you
Mr.
just hear Grendel just go whoosh. Occasional little punch in the air.
It
Tell
is
me,
only
Mr.
3 feet diameter, just saying. Like, it's a tiny little bird.
She's just very curled up, just like in a ball, just like.
Tell me, Mr. Brightstone, how far of a travel is it to Embershard?
To Embershard itself shouldn't be too long. We will. There's a pass, you see, and if you take the Moonspring Pass, we should be able to find ourselves a healthy enough route to make ourselves to Embershard without much trouble. First part under the ground, as we're doing now. Second part may be through the springs and the fields. Yeah.
Really? When Harpin saw Xenia being taken, was it into the Embershard mine, or was it a different cave?
I do believe that I said that Harpon would, like, he would have had that discussion with Harpon about the specifics, but I don't believe we roleplayed it.
Keen mind.
What Harpon would have done is that while his familiar would have been in the pseudo dragon shape, he would have had the pseudo dragon, which is an ability that pseudo dragons have, that they can communicate telepathically and they can actually send images as part of the communication. And so he would have basically had the pseudo dragon communicate like the aerial images of when the pseudo dragon teleported went through the teleportation when Xenia was taken. So ideally, technically speaking, from a basically aerial view, Godi would have some reference of some locations around the cave from which the pseudo dragon exited when he first teleported, as well as the tower that he followed the librarian before they disappeared.
So it's the tower that they went in. Okay.
The tower came later. They started in a cave. The pseudo dragon basically emerged from the teleportation, emerged from a cave, went up, circled the cave, saw the librarian exit on their own without Xenia.
Yeah, that's right.
And then they followed them until they went into a tower, and then that's where they lost their trail.
Was that
But
cave,
Xenia didn't come out from the cave.
Was that cave Embershard mine, or was that a different cave entirely?
It was an Embershard.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tell me, Toro, what do you... will this take us directly to Embershard mine?
Sir DM?
The underground passages of Aris-Mora run far north and far south and right to the base of the Cascade Range, but no further. On the opposite side of the Cascade Range is where Embershard lies.
Is that within 50 miles of Embershard?
Yes.
Close enough.
So probably Toro would just say, Aris-Mora does not go directly to Embershard. There are different passages, you see. But it will take us close enough that when we emerge from it back to the surface, we will be about 50 miles or so to Embershard itself.
That will be fine.
All right. Let's make haste. We don't have much time.
So are you leaving without your merchandise or what?
I'm hoping that you'll be able to keep up so you can tell me the information. And as you can see, you've made me wait long enough. I do not have the time to just pause here and listen to you, yeah?
Listen, those fuckers weren't my problem.
Oh, clearly you made them my problem.
Well, I'm sorry. Let me throw you in another Illudium crystal, all right?
That's why I like working with you, yeah?
All
A
right.
what
Understand
crystal?
business.
Illudium.
What is an Illudium crystal?
An Illudium crystal
His Majesty Lord DM.
is a naturally growing crystalline form that can store and recycle magic.
Recycle, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Could Goldie have some examples of use of the Illudium crystal?
What year?
Is Cody asking?
Does Goldie
This
know?
no?
Without asking, does Goldie know? Because he's a smart boy? And have big brain muscle?
Prior experiences? Interactions?
Maybe
Passive
not.
eyes?
I would say no.
Does
Not
it
with
have
the-
any interactions with the weave? Would it have been a study of the weave? Magic, weave?
It would not. No.
Damn it. So this is something entirely different. Okay.
Where's this crystal in the dimensional dial? We need this crystal.
God damn, you're right.
It's not the crossover episode yet.
Not yet. It's
Ed.
coming.
If we put this crystal in the bag of holding, will it make it over to the dimensional dial?
No.
What bag of holding?
All right, so another Illudium crystal, yeah. What else can you tell me about what you found here?
Well, geez, I've actually been working on something. Might be of some use to you.
Well, yeah, what else would I pay you for?
Well, just come on. It's better just to show you. Also, I'll need your help. And
Yeah.
she looks over, and is Grendel on this thing, like spinning?
So I will say, Grendel currently, after being curled up on it for so long, she will eventually you kind of see her go, ah, and she kind of sprawls out with her back only being on the platform and her limbs just hanging off, just sprawled, like just laying out on the. On
She's
the
dead to the world.
and she is just.
As this happens,
I will say that the platform does not rotate, as it is the Magnusir, which is the runic compass,
so it
and
always
with my
maintains north.
yes, which is supplanted by the fact that the keen mind feed allows me to always know where north is.
Beautiful.
Ooh.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
As Grendel is laying there, this gnome kind of notices, like, who's that small drink? Oh, and she like stretches out, big drink of water. Who's that? Ooh.
She's a good
Never
one.
mind.
Yeah?
I got work to do.
She made this for me, yeah. You see?
She did. Whoa.
Yeah.
I need one of those.
I'll get your own, yeah.
Oh man, Grendel's gonna have to start charging for flower crowns now, you guys.
So, she leads you over
Cody will
to.
remember that.
Does Tora want to go in the flower crown dealing business? Just hit me up.
She leads you over into a workshop area. There are tinker's tools everywhere, and she'll start just like kind of shoving stuff off. Like, oh, where's that piece of shit? Here we go. Use my head if it wasn't fucking attached with a bolt.
Excrement.
What's
You wish to show your employer a piece of shit?
Oh, funny guy. Okay.
I
Here
have
it
no
is.
humor.
Should probably work on that.
No.
Let's see. Ah, there it is. And she goes over and grabs this crystal that looks as if it had been perfectly cut. Toro, you've seen raw gemstones, and they don't look like this. This is something that looks like it had been tooled by your very own hand. There you go. Raw illudium crystal. There's one. And she rocks over, and you notice some of these metal cabinets tend to have arms, legs, and heads attached to them. She reaches up into a cavernous portion of one, goes, here we go. It's out. I don't need that shit. Here you go. There's two.
No, wait. You say that. Who crafted this?
Oh, they grow.
You mean to tell me that this bloody cave has itself some stones that grow polished as if they had been carved by my hand?
Not this cave, but yeah, essentially. You got to go a lot deeper for them, and they are incredibly rare. So the fact that you have two of them, I mean, I might go out of business. So I hope you appreciate that.
Oh, I would never let that happen, and you know it. So, how do these work exactly?
Well, interesting that you ask. And she takes the box that she had before and slams it on the table. All right. So if I may, she takes one of them, sets it in. See, all you need is a first level spell or higher. And she puts her hand on the side of the box, and it enters the crystal, and right through the middle is this energy. She flips over the box, opens the back of it, and goes, you see, right here, the illudium crystal touches these two contacts, creates a circuit. You loop it back around with copper or silver wire. Silver's better, but more expensive. You got a ruby here for a heat sink and a sapphire resistor. Bang, you got yourself an arcane battery. Now that will just cycle right through that. That's what makes illudium so rare and so expensive, is you can just, boom. And then you can use that to power
Vehicles without horses, yeah?
Exactly. And then she pulls out this firearm that looks sleek. And she goes and casts a firebolt out of it. She clicks open. Now, these illudium crystals, they only come in one size, and trying to crack one and still mill it to fit something smaller is a fucking nightmare. But it can be done.
And lucky for me, I'm very good at facing nightmares.
All right. So that's just a couple examples. If you need some more, I've got a couple other circuits I could probably build for you, but it's going to take some time.
That's all right. We still got a journey ahead. But this is very, very good, Evan. Now, never let me forget, yeah? You're quite brilliant.
This was an
Then
arcane firearm, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit.
I don't mean to be over dramatic, but I would die for Evan.
And I would die for you, Grendel.
This is coming from Nerdy Pit of Girl Taylor, but I would totally die for Evan. Just all the
That's
head pads,
amazing.
put them in my pocket, travel the world.
So somewhere in the multiverse, Silas Hayden is jealous.
Toro puts the illudium crystals away, and he just goes, "We got a lot of work ahead of us, Evan."
Absolutely. One more thing. If you could, I'm not, how do I say this? I'm not big enough to pull that thing out. And she nods over to this metal person who has a great sword sticking into its chest. I kind of need what's inside that thing. Running low on some parts, and there's no way in it except that opening. So if you could pull that out,
Toro's already on his way to reach for it.
make a strength check for me.
Yeah, baby.
Smash.
I'm not raging. Ooh, 23.
Double smash.
This metal man qualifies as a creature.
Yeah.
What can I learn about this guy? That is now deceased. Just observing its stature, its build, how it's designed. What would it be capable of doing, and what was it doing down here?
Something like this would be capable of lifting heavy objects, incredibly large, heavy objects. Potentially defense, soldiers.
So it has military benefits to it as well. Okay.
It could. So you pull it out, Toro. And anyone who's watching, Evan is behind one of the workbenches, just with her goggles on, just waiting. And as you pull it out, the blade is incredibly well made. And give me 1 second. Where did that go? There it is. What weapons are you proficient with, Toro?
Martial and simple.
Which means all of them.
All of them.
Smash.
And if we're talking swords, there is a sword that Toro procured over 5 years ago under certain incident.
Yep. You notice that this blade is light. Almost as if you would wield it with finesse. Craftsmanship from very long ago. And as you're admiring this blade, you hear and across it arcs, and this thing, its eyes light, and eventually goes, "Fuck yeah, it worked, yeah!" And she goes, slaps you on the back and goes, "Ah, you're lucky the last one exploded."
The last one did. You see, Toro has the moment of like smiling and looking at the thing, and wait, the last one did what now?
And you look over, And there's another one that just has this rupture, and it's just all the metal like shrapneled and bent outwards.
You see,
Oh.
Toro has a moment of like looking at it, looking at the other one, looking at, and he just turns to Evan and goes, "Out of your goddamn mind! This is my favorite vest."
Listen, I know everything was fine. I just needed help pulling that out. I don't have the strength to do that, so.
Yeah.
Well,
Toro hands the sword over to one of his companions.
very well. Cool.
Oh my god. This party.
I've been working on this for years trying to get these things to work. They've been sitting around here like a junk pile ever since I got here. Now I can make something out of them. If you need one. I mean, I don't know if they're dangerous yet or not. And
Oh, I'm going to need one, all right?
it gets up. And like powers back. Ah, shit. It's got a short circuit on it. Damn it.
Not me in this moment picturing the scene in Judge Dredd when Rico wakes up the frickin' like army frickin' android thing and just, it's a mission commander waiting for input and stuff. I'm just like, who's gonna speak first and why is it a bad idea?
Why is it a good idea? Yep. But yeah.
Toro is to anyone paying attention to Toro,
Me.
Toro's gears are turning. And he speaks to Evan as he goes, "As many as you can make, I'll pay the price. And if you can help me with them, I think that would be quite good at helping me if I ever needed assistant and servants in a manor."
Is he
You
making
intend-
butler droids?
You intend for a workforce?
This guy's making butler droids.
He just turns to Gordy and he goes, "The wheel of the weave spins because those who are here find ways to work." Yeah?
Pause.
This motherfucker just mentioned the weave.
Yep. Pause.
This little Toro Godfather motherfucker.
He's going to like kind of squint and goes, "Yes, it appears that it is as the weave wills it so."
Yeah. And where am I to
I
oppose?
see.
Insight check, motherfucker.
What are you looking for?
If you fucking respond to what Harpoon fucking told me as he's fucking having his Balrog fight with fucking the dragon. Lots of fuckings.
Not even roll. I'll tell, like, you don't, whatever he said to, whatever you're saying to him and like you're expecting like a response, he sort of responds in a very like, "Yeah, that's what I said." It's very like, there's no like, they're really, you can tell that even if you're like keep looking at him, at one point eventually he's like looking at you like whoa.
It's fucking Harpoon.
Show me your green eye.
Like every time that Toro is by himself now, you just see Goaty around the corner just waiting. Just, is he gonna do it? Is that little shit gonna do it? Meanwhile, Harpo's just dead at the bottom of the dish next to the dragon.
Hey, Gory,
We had to go.
when was the last
What?
time you checked your inventory?
All the fucking time should be.
Roll a d10.
I have a lot of fucking things. Most of them are not mine because, Dizzycath had a lot of shit.
Roll a d10.
That would be a 9.
What's the ninth thing in your inventory?
You? I'm going to be upset probably. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just his standard technically would be like a hunting knife.
You may not notice it, but it's gone.
I notice everything.
Not this.
Why not?
Because you didn't notice this.
Why not? But
Grendel, are you
want to
asleep?
notice.
Grendel, you still asleep?
Oh, Grendel is out. Like she is. One, I would like to try and have her get a long rest if at all possible, but no, she is out cold. She's had 2 levels of exhaustion. Your girl is just.
Roll a d10 for her.
Oh, sweet Jesus! If you, woo, woo!
Okay. That would be a 4.
What's the 4th thing in your inventory?
Sorry.
Not being
Well, it's low.
so happy that the Sea King's Fang is so low in my inventory.
So the 4th thing in her inventory is her brewer's supplies.
When you wake up, that's gone.
What are you doing?
That's all.
I swear. Oh, thank God. Oh.
So Grendel obviously doesn't notice because she is just passed the fuck out.
I'm gonna let you
William doesn't
know
notice
right
that
now.
he is naked.
I'll let you know right now. If one of my ladies would have disappeared, I would have murdered everyone. Oh,
These are my
Giselle's safe.
ladies. What happened to my ladies?
Giselle and Antoinette are safe. Everything's fine. We're good.
So Toro, you're asking Evan for these machines that will do odd jobs, chores, respond to simple commands. I mean, I'm just starting to work on these things, so probably a couple years could have a prototype up and running for you. Gonna need to
years
find a
is-
different power source than illudium crystals, but in the meantime, I can make that work.
I'll give you 4.
All right. Well, I think I can do that as long as Grub and his boys leave me alone. I come
Oh, they
around half
will.
the time. Are you sure?
Well, when reason doesn't help, sometimes you have to proceed to different measures.
Kill them.
I mean, they're all right.
And as long as they leave you alone and they're not mess with my business, they will remain so.
They're just more of a distraction sometimes. They like coming over and drinking, but I'll try not to let that impede my work for you.
Yeah, do that.
Quick question, that little fancy firearm you made. You
Yeah.
said it's a bit of trouble to condense down the crystal. Can you fashion it into a cannon?
A whole fucking cannon? What you need that for?
Just theorizing.
I mean,
Can it be done?
I guess I've already made Gizmo, and she reaches behind her pack, and there's this 4-legged crab-looking thing that skitters out onto the table, and I mean, he's got a little cannon on him, I guess you could say, and out of the back,
Oh
and
God!
it starts to charge up.
Fucking artificers! I love them. William's just enamored with the idea of possibly harnessing this power for a potential ship of his own. He's going to essentially try and establish a connection, business transactions, future business transactions.
Toro is looking at you
Oh yeah, no.
very knowingly. He's just looking at you like he's just waiting to hear. He's just waiting for you to say something. He's just waiting.
You and I need to have business at some future point after all this is said and done.
Yeah, come back. I mean, I live here, so if you can find your way through these tunnels, anyways, that's a bitch right there.
We will have a conversation first, yeah.
Well, this was an impressive show of technological superiority. Can we get moving?
You've been studying these crystals?
I mean, I tried to take prismatic arcany at the Crystal Academy, and they fucking kicked me out.
Are you a prismatic arcanist?
I was on my way to being one. Turns out those fuckers don't know anything about prismatic arc. What is it even anyway? I don't care. Fuckers.
Me neither.
Just because you're half goblin. And
Smash. Anyway,
you notice that her ears are longer than a gnome, more so towards like leaning, and they were kind of like tucked under her hair a little bit more.
He's just gonna kind of. I know that Michael is not here, but Cody's gonna kind of like side eye Solomon, like, how you get in. Anyway, he's going to return back to them and go, they have ambient magic in them, or you must fill them?
I mean, it honestly depends on the specimen. I've never found one filled. I'm just using ones that are recycled in here. I bet you if you found one at the source, probably.
Source.
Yeah. Way down. Back where my mom lives. So.
Have you been to this source?
I don't visit home very often. They don't like me either.
But you have.
Listen, I've never found one in the wild. That's like a dream. And I'm not going to spend my whole life rooting around in the Underdark for it. I've got stuff to build. I've got things to make. And I'm going to show those motherfuckers at the Magisterium what a half goblin can do, okay?
Have you had any problems in your experiments from time to time when they seem to just not work for a period of 15 minutes or so?
She kind of looks at you. Who's asking?
I am.
Oh, of course you are, but who are you? You with the Magisterium or something, trying to steal my research?
Never.
It's over to Solomon.
Toro and his group are looking intently at this conversation.
Yeah.
Brenda's still snoring.
Smash. Yeah, every once in a while. If you have to know. What do you know about it?
Not enough. And he turns and starts to look. Turns to Will and goes, "Yes, we can leave."
Oh, come on! And she like starts following you. You can't just leave it there. You can't just ask me a question like that and just leave it. Come on, I gotta know.
You said these crystals, though they are tied to magic, are not ambiently charged. Therefore, I was curious if they were separate from the weave of magic itself.
Well, by activating them with one of your spells, you're essentially taking weave and injecting it in a way into the crystal itself, and then it recycles. So I gotta open one of these things up and see what's in it. Gotta have some sort of circuit or resistor inside.
Inside a rock.
Tora's like, I'm sorry, mate. Did you say just a rock?
Inside a rock. This is all beyond my understanding. I don't do magic. I point guns and I stab people. That's my area of forte, and I strategize. That's about it. So, way over my head, mate. Don't know what's going on. Just looks like a rock to me.
So you're saying there's something wrong with Weave?
You might say.
There's something wrong with the creatures down here.
Something wrong with the creatures up top as well.
William. He'll turn back and just go, something wrong. Like what?
They're not
Toro raises a hand toward Evan. And he goes, if you're going to want to hear what we have to say about the creatures here, then we're going to hear what's with the creatures up there that William here said, yeah?
The problem may be one and the same.
Yeah, which means the solution might be something we both care to know. Freedom of information.
Mr. Braidstone, be plain with me. Are you simply a businessman, or do you have higher prospects in your pursuits?
What type of business do you have in Embershard?
I suppose that would come with this unveiling of the illusion.
You want to keep secrets, I'm not going to blame you. But if I share, you share. If you conceal, I conceal. I'm a man of equal trade.
Hang on. Need my quotes.
He's got a book of quotes. I love it.
He's got a script up already.
Where is it?
The law of equivalent exchange.
No. There it is. With a nod of respect, Gaudi recounts, if you deal with another you don't trust but wish for his goodwill, be fair in speech but false in thought, and give him lie for lie. Even with one you ill trust and doubt what he means to do, false words with fair smiles may get you the gift you desire. So, shall we have fair speech and false thoughts? Or shall we exchange goodwill?
Cody. Tora looks at you. And in giant says, I care not for false thoughts.
I have been resisting the urge, but can I just get a vibe check on Toro?
He does seem like a very complex gentleman.
like I don't know if you want an insight check or if Victor just wants to like, this is how he appears and what somebody could figure out. But whatever the case may be, he's not about to unveil the mysteries of the world to somebody who's peddling gems. Not to discount your business, but
No, not at all. He's definitely, how can I put this? Toro seems like a person with a purpose. Like he's a man on a mission. Maybe his attempt of eloquence and grace may fall short to someone who maybe is very delicate and elevated, because he is, after all, a rough around the edges kind of fellow. But that being said, even if not just from him, from the interactions and dynamics of the group he is with, this seems like a group of hardworking individuals who happen to share respect for one another. And does Toro seem like he has goals or he has plans for something? Absolutely. Whether or not you interpret that as like related directly to what you're saying, or he's just asking you information because you're asking information, is a different story. From what you've seen so far, it just seems like, again, businessman. So it's like, oh, you want to know what I know? I want to know what you know.
But with this, still the feeling of he has some type of purpose that I could guess is beyond monetary gain.
Yes.
Responding in giant. Your men in the half-goblin are trustworthy enough?
I would not have brought them here if I did not think so myself.
Your accent has changed.
Giant.
Fair. Okay.
Improvise.
Still in giant as to kind of sort of the conversation between Aragorn and Legolas, let's keep this down so that we don't, alarm everybody around. Of the other people who know all of this information, one has been captured by the enemy, one has fallen down a massive chasm fighting a white dragon. Silver. Right.
Ancient silver
Inconvenient.
chrome dragon, I believe.
Keen mind.
Others have had much ill will in the city of Greenport. Do you still wish to know?
Rune Master in giant, he says. The darkness that you're fighting is the darkness that threatens this realm right now. The darkness that I'm after will not arrive for another few hundred years.
That sounds as good as I'm going to get. Gody will address Evan and Toro. The weave is being drained by an abyssal entity known as Vorak Ball. And this individual is turning living sentient creatures into gateways to the abyss itself and kidnapping very important people. And this is all linked to them trying to gather pieces of what could be a very powerful magic artifact. But this affects the weave in its entirety. It is a poison. A poison in magic itself, and magic permeates all things. And since magic is all things, this is stealing the magic, consuming the weave, until all that would remain is nothing. Embershard is the next step.
Toro holds his gaze on Yugoti with a very concerned expression. He looks at Evan. And then he looks back at you. And he just goes, "Well, fuck, mate. I was expecting something a little less dramatic than that. I thought perhaps you were going to talk about some pirates or something, yeah, that maybe took over the city and you want to get it back. But now you're definitely talking a little more than I anticipated. But
have you issue with pirates?
No.
Good.
Great business from time to time. Sir DM, I know that this is a long shot, but from the first experiences that we know Toro went through back in the Wen, part of that involved people going missing. Would there be anything about this that would make Toro think that these things may or may not be connected?
I saw that.
There seem to be similarities in what is happening. Now, if the end goal is the same, that still remains to be seen. The manner in which it seems these people are disappearing doesn't seem, I guess, towards the same goal. But if this makes any sense, perhaps towards the same purpose of feeding something else.
Speaking back in common to the group. All right. So, trying to make it brief, yeah? We can talk details later. Back where I'm from, there were some disappearances as well. And those responsible happen to be creatures of a dark nature, yeah? Now, I do not know whether or not these things are related. It could. Seems to be drifting a little. And if you must know, all of this, he gestures toward Evan and the gems and the machinery, is in hopes that when the time comes, that which happened or will happen will be able to fight it.
Not a workforce, an army.
You'll be surprised the places that a workforce can find themselves in when you know where to place them.
We can assume that these are possibly related. We can perhaps confirm you've fought these creatures. You've seen these creatures.
Sir DM, would Tora would have encountered these things on the journey here?
Coming down, you would have had to have passed through the shoot, my brain just went kaput.
Victor has that effect on people.
He does. You would have had to have passed through the crawling bog, which is a series of tall, dark black trees that grow up and through the ground. That is where you entered. In doing so, you alerted the denizens there. Typically, in years past, if you have come here to visit Evan or excavate or try to find your own way through here, passing through there was no problem. They seem to be more aggressive and have an essence of necrotic about them.
So Tora will say, well, I do not know which creatures specifically you speak of, but I will say the journey here has definitely changed, and so have the creatures that usually inhabit these parts. Now, you mentioned Embershard. Embershard has a big part to play, not just now, but in many years to come. And if whatever you are after is hindering whatever might be happening in Embershard, then your business, should you allow it, may become as well our business.
I see it. We need all the allies we can get. We're a bit underpowered at the moment, so any extra hands you can provide would greatly aid in our pursuit.
Whatever assistance I may offer you, you have it.
To our unsanctioned prismatic arcanist, he will produce a fairy stone. Could you get this working to its fullest potential again?
Does it fly eat shit? Come on, give me it.
He'll hand it over.
I like this kid.
Me too.
Let's see. Got hose there. If I cycle it through. How far you need to go?
How far to Embershard?
From here.
80 miles from here?
80 miles indeed, and preferably for looks around, left to right, the entire room. All of us.
1, 2, 3. Typically, these only do 4. But if I...
Cody's going to lean in a little bit and get a little bit of a smirk. Wouldn't that just be a magisterium regulation?
That'd just piss him off, wouldn't it? Now you're talking.
How can I help?
Well, I don't have any 3rd level spells. So what I need is probably 2 seconds and 1/3. And that should
Do not
be
worry about
enough.
the magic power.
Okay.
You handle the technical bits. I shall fuel. And with that, knowing that this might take concentration, I will gently lower Grendel to the ground so that she doesn't fall 2 feet. You make preparations. Give me a moment.
She
Grundle-
starts like ripping lenses out of eye sockets of these automatons and just grabbing other stuff and like making these connected boxes that go into like a circle.
How long will this take, you think?
I got most of it already put together. So it's just kind of plug and play almost. Half hour?
How long is
And DM, how long were we thinking of walking to Embershard taking? 80 miles?
Probably another half day.
We can
Then
cut
we
our
can
travel
afford-
down. Whew.
And we can afford to have a proper rest before we go. And you and I, talking to Evan, can make sure it works as intended.
All right.
So
Sounds
with
good.
that, Cody will gently wake up Grendel. I'll say that this is before he drops the platform, the floating disc. Just gently wake her up.
Okay.
Grendel,
What is going on?
we are stopping so you can perhaps get into a more comfortable position.
Hmm.
We're making camp, Grendel. Get yourself situated.
You'll see that some of Toro's men actually have set up a couple of little rolling beds, and they're offering one to Grendel. Even
How many are
though
we total? As a group? How many are we total as a group?
Toro has 3 other dwarves with him,
So
but
18.
he actually would have mentioned to Evan that if needed, his friends will stay.
So we're a total of 8, you said?
8 without Toro's men. It's 5.
Are we
Because I'm
trying to
assuming we still
bring?
have Solomon.
That is fine. I will instead you know what, just for the sake of argument, knowing that we're going to be working on things, I will just burn a 3rd level spell slot because I have 2 for Tiny Hut, so which can hold up to 9 creatures.
Fuck yeah.
So we can be protected for 8 hours.
Good.
Upon seeing the hut, Grendel will clap her hands and she goes, "Oh, it's so nice. It reminds me of home. Like Mama and Papa's place." And she kind of skips over and crawls inside. And she lays on the ground and just passes out.
It is a dome of force. Our blue glowing runes basically indicating the border of this, and then transparent throughout for the rest of it. And the inside of the dome, I believe, yeah, the atmosphere inside the space is comfortable and dry regardless of the weather outside. So it's a very nice little place.
I'd say William would pull Goaty off to the side for a moment. About that sea fang. You still want me to talk to Caliban about it?
Godoy's going to give you a good hard look. Will you be resting?
As long as I'm not exposed to the moon to these people, I should be fine. I'll take a rest, yeah.
Not me not going to ask if the tiny hut provides cover from the moonlight. We're underground. Never mind.
It says
But
at
it
full
will-
lens, you can command the interior to become dimly lit or dark. So, I mean,
True.
even if there's light outside, you
Oh
can
yeah, we
dim
could
the
we could do
inside.
we could do tinting. We could do tinting.
Yeah, little stars. Yeah.
Yeah.
Toro is going to address the group and say, if any of you have any weapons, not of the magical kind, I do not meddle with those too much, but if you have any weapons you'd like sharpened,
All I have is this, and Grendel pulls out her ballistica, aiming it right at Toro.
That's
All
a
right.
lie. You have a big ass fucking axe. That looks metal as shit.
I also have this, and then she pulls out the axe.
oh, that's quite a piece, that is, yeah. Is that
It's
that's a magical axe though, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was my friend's. He's dead.
All right. Well, I can't do much about it. It's quite the piece. I don't want to ruin it, but I might be able to do something with this. And so he looks. You have basically like I'm assuming the arrow for the ballistica.
Mhm.
How many arrows do you have?
I believe she had 6, but I think she's only not retrieved 1, and that was on the ship.
So 5.
Yeah, so she has 5.
So technically speaking, the feat that I have says 1 non-magical weapon, but Sir DM, can I use it on the arrows?
Mhm.
So
Yeah, they're
Toro's
basically giant spears, essentially.
yeah. So Toro is going to say, I'd like to repay you for the beautiful flower, yeah?
Well, you already gave me the shiny rock. See, and she's
Oh.
going to pull out the shiny rock.
Yes, but darling, you clearly deserve more than that, yeah?
Well, then I will make you more flower crowns right away. And she's going to just start aggressively making like a flower cape.
But Toro is going to
Flower cape.
Toro is going to go inside the hut. He's going to ask one of his friends to give him his smith tools. And during the rest, he's going to use the blacksmith feat, which allows for him to sharpen non-magical weapons. And is going to give them a damage bonus equal to my proficiency bonus. So your arrows are going to hit +3 damage the next time you use them.
Oh, smash.
Smash.
Absolute smash. I love it. I love it. I want some
Goody would
more of it.
do it here.
You mean the arrows
Oh,
that
touches the
absolutely
ladies.
decimated the tabaxi? Of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
No man shall touch my ladies aside from me. So thank you for the offer. I'm good.
No, and William, and kind of looking at your picture, I think that this is a fair assumption. Trying to be discreet, but who knows how well that'll go with a +1 sleight of hand. Goaty will just kind of walk up to you. and slip into the inside pocket of your coat the Sea King's Fang.
Guess who
And
has a
just
plus
say-
5 to sleight of hand?
Well, not the Goaty, who is doing the hand slighting. And he's doing it so that you know, but trying to keep it hidden from the newcomers.
Mhm.
They passed the vibe check, but he did not mention the Amber Paragon specifically.
I will say Grendel is currently making flower crowns for everybody in the hut.
But yes, Goaty is going to tuck that into your jacket pocket, look at you, and just say, "Sweet dreams."
You'll get the flower crown?
For no particular reason. What's the role to perceive that?
I don't
Fucking
want
what?
What is going on?
Just a genuine question.
I will spend. Dia.
Have you
Dia,
been here this
I
whole
will-
time? The whole time?
I will spend my last first level spell slot to silvery barbs your perception check against
Sure,
it.
go for it.
I'm fucking going to. Because why not? I don't trust my dice because it's a +1.
Has Xenia just been sneaky boying around the whole entire camp this whole time? Absolute smash if so.
Is that a silvery bobs?
Yeah. So you roll technically with disadvantage. And then for no point or purpose, I'm going to give the advantage to William.
No,
was it with
silvery barbs, you take
disadvantage
the
or just
second roll.
reroll? Take the
You
second roll. Right?
re-roll. You take the second roll. It's not disadvantage.
It's fair.
Thanks for that.
The reaction
Yeah.
from Dia.
Carry on.
I know how this goes. Fine. Don't tell me what you rolled. I'm just going to tell you that I got 17.
Sweetie,
do
that was
with that what you
24.
I told you not to tell me.
Carry on.
Because now I know. I could have just been in mystery.
That was a
In the
15.
mystery of.
I'll also say
not
that
knowing.
one of the dwarves has already immediately, without delay, lit up a fire and started making food very eagerly.
You will get the flower crown?
You begin to see around the edges 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 goblins. And behind them, an ogre. Ah, grub, buddy! Now's not a good time. I got company, got business going on. So if you guys could maybe come back later,
Smash.
that'd be great. But Grubs wants to play with your shinies. I know, buddy. Not right now, okay? Just maybe
Oi!
tomorrow.
What's going on out here?
Right. We come to see Evan. We've got some more stuff for her. And she always has really good ale. So, who fuck are you?
What the fuck am I?
Right, that's what I said.
Who the fuck am I? You're going to tell me. Taurus just starts walking slowly, hands on his hips.
Uh-oh.
You're going to tell me that you don't know who I am.
I mean, I don't know your
Are
name.
you sure you want to rethink your answer?
Looks over at Evan, and Evan's like, we'll talk later. Get out of here. This guy's not what you want to mess with. All right, mood spoiled, grub. Let's go. Oh, shinies.
Oh, good seeing you, mate. And you just see Tora just turns, goes back into the hut, and you just keep hearing the sharpening of blades.
Oh my god.
Throughout the whole conversation, Grundle was putting a flower crown on every single person's head, just going through and just assembling accordingly.
William is going to position himself in one of the darker corners of the hut. Pull the coin out of his pocket, placing it over the dagger in his coat, and just one word on his mind. Caliban. As he just drifts off.
So we're going for a long rest then. Very well.
Absolutely.
The night carries on with dwarven made food, hospitality. A gnome tinkers in the background. As I'm assuming Godi is there kind of watching and seeing what goes down with that. Grendel
Cody
makes
is doing whatever he can to assist without shirking his duties of protecting the Grendel.
very well.
After her flower crowns are made, she will eventually go back to sleep, just kind of curl up and just be.
That's just muscle memory. You can do that during a long rest. That's fine. It's no exhaustion, no effort. You made what was it, 46,000 flower crowns in a matter of like 15 minutes?
She's just asleep, making flower crowns in her sleep. It was just top to the side. She's a machine.
Godi, Evan finally gets everything together. He goes, well, I think it'll work, and if it doesn't, we'll see.
We can let them rest. Show me, and he'll just let them show him how to use it, everything about it.
Okay.
Whatever he can.
All right.
Not that we have to roleplay it or anything if you don't want to, but just that would be how he spends the rest.
Cool. She shows you the inputs of where to place your spells. Doesn't matter what they are. They could be utility, could be damaging, could be, any sort of whatever you have. Just needs to be a certain amount of juice.
Amount was third. And do I need to do that preemptively or upon activation?
Upon activation.
Okay.
Yeah. So she'll show you where and count down, and you'll both place it in there. The magic that normally happens when you cast your spell, it has an effect that almost pulls itself out and manifests itself in an element. Fire, ice, force, thunder, lightning, something happens. With this, the weave is condensed, caught right at that moment before it gets pulled from the weave to where it becomes elemental. Right in the middle is where you see it. You've seen the weave in your dreams. You've been shown it by Minduran a few times. This is the weave like you've never seen it before. And almost an understanding grows inside of your mind. As Evan's side begins to jump from one circuit to the next, it coalesces with yours and speeds up. And just begins to spin until you don't see it moving from one place to another. It's one solid beam as it goes around. Well, that that should take care of most of it on its own. Well, that's what's great about these aluminum crystals. Once you put it in there, it kind of goes off. But probably should wash it so it doesn't overheat. Oh, I didn't think about that.
Gori will monitor it, and every time that it starts to get hot, he will use frostbite to cool it.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Wow. Man, usually big people like you are super dumb, but you're awesome.
I agree.
Like Grendel's asleep right now.
That was awesome.
So you sit with Evan and watch this progress. The fairy stone is set inside of one of these boxes under clear glass, and every time it passes, it goes through the fairy stone and continues. And the fairy stone, the light inside begins to grow, but also the flickering of it, the unstableness begins to equalize and show more power inside. Go ahead and roll me a d20 and add your arcana to it.
Okay. That would be an 18.
Very good. The rest of the evening progresses without issue. Maybe a couple times overheating, but frostbite takes care of it. And it continues to charge. William. No, sorry. Dia. While everyone is sleeping, what is your character doing?
Watching. But first, can I ask, when Liamet's tiny hut is cast, how long does it take to pop up?
It's a 1 minute cast.
Yeah, it is a 1 minute casting.
Long enough for a misty step to get inside?
If you know what I'm doing.
I could hear you talk, and I know spell
In
components. I know a spell when I see one.
A spell? There are a lot of
I know
spells.
when I see one.
There are a lot of spells.
Long enough for a misty step to pop up? But I am watching. I did post that gif, it's just like all wide eyes. Watching, listening. Sending a message back if I have to about where I am. Oh, whispers.
Whose side are you on?
Wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know?
Who do you work for? Who do you work for?
Swear to me! Swear to me!
I am just cursed observing for now. I've heard a lot of interesting things.
A lot of interesting
That piss
things.
me
You're
off.
an interesting thing.
There you
Damn
go.
it, that's a compliment.
All right. Thank you. No one's made an effort to like look effectively, so
While everyone is getting a good night's rest, William.
We all die. Tia kills every single one of us. Who dis?
Dwarfs are going to be taking turns, by the way.
Okay. William, you drift off to a dreamless sleep. As if your consciousness is floating on a calm sea, waiting for you to set your course, unfurl your sails, and pick a direction.
will set his course to Calibran.
I'm not some pup to be summoned whenever you need me. I'm not a fairy godfather. What do you want?
I have questions. We found something of yours.
Oh, I mean, you have a lot of things of mine. You have no idea what you have.
So I'm hoping you would enlighten me.
All right.
Reaches into his jacket and pulls out the sea fang. And as he does, a tavern table will coalesce in front of him as he slams it down on the table in front of him. And he takes a seat.
You pull it out. And it is an ivory flintlock.
I love it.
Huh. I missed that thing.
Oh, it's an interesting trinket you have.
Yeah. Well, now you've piqued my interest. I thought you were calling me for something stupid, but this is all right. Okay.
He kind of shifts a little bit and still feeling the residual pain from his wound in the stomach. He kind of clutches at it. Being dead doesn't stop the pain, does it? Entirely, at least?
No, that you'll live with.
Oh, what can you tell me about this sea fang of yours? It's an
The
interesting
Sea
thing.
King's Fang. That's the tool that I used for years to rule the seas. Keep everything in check, everything in line. It wasn't the source of my power, but it sure as hell augmented it.
Augment it how?
That little crystal in the handle of that their tool.
The Ember Paragon.
Yeah. A piece of it. And I was gonna get all the pieces.
The tales I heard, you were quite successful.
Yeah. On most of them. I lost a few. Had a few stolen. But I always kept that one. Well. Till I died, of course.
By chance,
Yeah.
do you happen to know of a stash where you kept the rest of them? We're trying to get them reacquainted with each other again.
Oh, are you now? Well, that's definitely in my interest. A lot can be done with that. I've got one. Well, I don't have it. It's in my treasure trove.
By the broken Titan bones.
Hmm.
I thought that was a rumor.
Yeah, might be closer than you think. You're a smart boy. I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Huh. Any others that you could you can think of besides that one?
Listen, I'm not some compass to magical artifacts, boy.
Well, this course of action is kind of perilous. I want to keep my crew intact as best as possible.
Yeah, well, sometimes sacrifices have to be made to get what you want. Especially if you're after these Amber Paragon pieces. They'll eat your soul. They'll consume every fiber of your being until all you can think of is getting them. Three-barrel Cove still a thing?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. How many people live there? Thousands?
Would I know?
Yeah. There's probably it's the center for the Scarlet Brotherhood, essentially.
Oh shit, yeah. Oh fuck. We got a couple thousand over there.
Strong, yeah. He picks up the Sea King's Fang. It does not change. $5,000 souls is what it took to get this in the center of that damn maelstrom. You fight the god of the sea himself, you're gonna have some losses. And guess who's the only one to make it out?
The god of the sea? Oh,
Yep.
wait. Oh shit. Oh no. I'm guessing you're the one.
You're looking at him, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Kind of figures.
Lost some good men. But I didn't care. I was obsessed. Still am. But that's why I've got you.
You want me to reclaim all these pieces of the Paragon for you?
Oh man, I had other plans for you, but man, this is a much better idea. Yes.
Tell me, Captain, if my plans with the pieces of the Paragon don't align with yours, what will you do then?
Well, your soul and my soul are bound together right now. If they don't align, they can be severed. Go our separate ways. You to damnation, wherever the hell. And me, well, on top as always.
We enter this partnership with the understanding that I'm trying to do whatever it takes to protect my son.
Yeah, secondary objective. For me, anyway.
For you.
Yeah.
I don't know how aware you are of what's going on in the realm of the living, but There's things that require the Amber Paragon's use.
Hmm.
Before I were to turn it over to you. So,
Yeah. I mean, I'm a reasonable man. You got things to do. I've got things to do. As long as I end up with it afterwards. Sure.
all right. As long as we have an understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, what can I do with this King's Fang? Just as a normal man. Well, mostly man.
That's the thing about this paragon. You don't need to know magic to be able to have magic. This thing looks a little bit different than when I last used it. You been around any dragons recently?
Apparently some of my crew have, yeah.
Well, I only did it once. You can infuse this thing with the dragon's breath. Changes the aspects of it depending on the type of dragon. I had Grimsever. Oh, wonder if he's still alive. Oh, hope so. He's a blue dragon. Then, of course, there was Tilvar, the red. There was a few others, but basically you do them a favor and they can switch it up for you. But on its base level, on its own, depends on the weapon. You got it in a whatever the hell configuration this is. I've never seen one of these before in my life. But if you have a sword, a dagger, or something like that, you can use some of its magic to unleash a burst of high-pressure water. Knock back a target 15 feet, get them off your ship, or off a cliff. Once per day, you can command the seas itself. A massive wave of water, 30-foot line. Take out a whole ship in one swing. On top of that, if you use this thing as a spell focus, even if you don't have magic, when you land an attack, you can use more of its magic. To pierce through almost any metal. And, in your state, you'd probably be scared of it. Radiant damage. The essence of the Amber Paragon itself, lashing out at your whim. And if you infuse it with Dragon's Breath, you can choose to do that sort of Dragon's Breath damage. Cold, fire, lightning, you name it if you've infused it.
Does it hold any Dragon's Breath now? Or do I need to acquire these abilities again?
You look at it, and towards the tip of the barrel it looks as if frost has coalesced on the first 2 to 3 inches of it. Yeah, it's that's a silver dragon. I've never had one of those. That's something
Cody,
special.
you slick bitch.
So what did it cost you for silver dragons?
Wasn't there, but we lost one of our mates.
Oh, see, there's always a price. But that's a pirate's life. And that's where we'll end our session tonight.
Yo ho.
Oh God, that was
Woo!
Jesus
God.
Christ.
Before we cut it, because I had I had Goldie roll for this.
Oh no.
Roll a d10, because your 24 is not going to stack up against a 30.
Oh my God.
A 30?
Yeah, I thought we were friends.
We're friends. They're not friends.
What is going on right now?
I
It
can't
was a-
believe.
Yeah.
I can't believe this. I can't believe
Zinnia
we've done this.
is
Oh my
a
God.
fucking traitor.
Okay.
You said it's Xenia. What's your roll?
This is Zinnia?
6.
What?
What's the 6th thing on your inventory list? That's actually on your person. Like, you're carrying it.
What is going on?
Wait a
Uh-oh.
minute.
Uh-oh.
Hang on, a lot of things may have changed. That's on my person. This technically should be... Nope, hang on. 'Cause I just have things in places and stuff, so this should be here. Hold, please.
Hold
10
it.
HP in a carbon test. Oh, that's brutal.
Oh my God, what is going on?
That would be...
What is
Okay.
happening? While I'm
This
having a
should
cool ass
be-
conversation.
I'm
with my-
getting
my
robbed,
patron.
is what's happening.
You're getting robbed.
Change. I don't like change at all.
This would probably be somewhere else. Oh, because I got to redo the 9 from earlier. Probably.
That's okay. That one, this one specifically is what's on you, because this one was a walk and grab.
9. Instead of it being a dagger, it was a hand axe the first time.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you got the dagger on the second bit. Fucking.
So those are gone.
What is going on?
I don't understand.
I'm gonna put this out there. If one of my ladies disappear, everyone dies. I have a barrel of boom boom.
You know, I'm so glad you mentioned your ladies out loud.
Oh no.
Oh,
Murder everyone.
No.
good session,
Now that I
guys.
have
Well
a-
done.
Now that I have a gun that can go fucking shoot dragon's breath out of it.
You don't have a gun that can shoot dragon's breath.
What do you mean?
I have a wand that can shoot dragon's breath, sir.
No, you gave it to me. I'm talking to
Oh, just so that you could learn some shit, sir. You are the messenger, and don't make me the messenger.
Woo! Oh god! Fucking guns. Oh, I love it.
Without
Oh,
further ado, Chris, before we spiral anymore,
Ah!
Thank you, everyone, for coming in and watching our chaos. Hopefully, we'll get out of this underground place and to Embershard and to our baby Xenia. That
Babies.
is fighting for their life
They're fine.
in a pot
It's
room.
nothing.
We love Xenia.
We love Xenia.
Who is this person and why are they sneaking around?
All of that and more will be found out next time on Tales of Vardin and To Be Diced. Until then,
Goodbye.
we'll see you.